Hello, and welcome to the 2022 Iowa Hunger Summit, organized by the World Food Prize Foundation. I'm Kyle Poorman, Director of International Dialogues, head of the Iowa Hunger Summit, and I'm just so thankful that you've taken the time to join us today. This is our 16th anniversary here at the Hunger Summit, and over the years we have gathered thousands of Iowans since its inception in 2006. Today, we'll look back and we'll look forward to see the things that we must do to end hunger in our state. The Iowa Hunger Summit is an annual event that addresses food security challenges right here at home. This year's Hunger Summit will address our path to zero, how we can chart a course to overcome hunger with a focus on our collective health. We have the resource in our state right now to get to zero hunger by 2030. That's the target date set in the Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. It's achievable. It's achievable here in our state. Right now, unfortunately, we're moving backwards, and we must prioritize the root causes of hunger. We must prioritize the root causes of hunger. Currently, we know that hunger is inextricably linked to the structures in our social, political, and economic landscape where we live. It is our goal to discuss these structures today and enumerate how we can address our local food systems and reach zero hunger. The World Food Prize Foundation established the Iowa Hunger Summit in 2006 with former governors Robert Ray, Terry Branstad, and Tom Vilsack, all serving as honorary co-chairs. And then the next year, we got Governor Culver in on the act as well. It was a bipartisan effort to create a collaborative space to address hunger issues at home. The Iowa Hunger Summit gathers leaders from across Iowa, representing community organizations, businesses, industry representatives, state and local leaders, social service agencies, churches, religious organizations, schools, universities, and so many individuals working and participating to lead efforts in their individual communities across hunger. None of us can end hunger alone. We all have an active role to play, and I hope you will be active online participants today. You can join the conversation in our Zoom chat and on YouTube. We have staff monitors there already, both for questions and feedback. You can also engage on social media using the hashtag IHS2020. Our event runs 5 hours long. We're going to throw a lot at you in the time that we have together. We encourage you to use the chat function. We have individuals there right now to facilitate. And as a reminder, when you post in the chat, make sure that everyone can see it. The default setting is actually chat to panelists, and we would love it if everyone could see it, so chat to everyone. Also, it is important to note that we have closed captioning for this event, but you must enable it. The work of the World Food Prize Foundation wouldn't be possible without the generosity of our donors. We are especially grateful for the support of the Iowa Farm Bureau, the sponsor of the Iowa Hunger Summit, and so many other things. Now I'd like to welcome the Farm Bureau President, Brent Johnson, to share a few words.
Thanks, Kyle. The Iowa Farm Bureau is proud to serve as a signature sponsor of the Iowa Hunger Summit, joining many other organizations and individuals who share the commitment to ending hunger and food insecurity. Iowa farmers are known for embracing technology and innovation, and we are always looking for ways to do more with less. We've made big strides and continue to improve our practices, and today we are producing more food using fewer resources than ever before. That innovation and desire to do our part to feed the world is not new, and the Iowa agriculture has always played an important role in combating hunger and food insecurity. Dr. Norman Borlaug, a farmer, agronomist, and Iowa native, received a Nobel Prize for his work in the mid-1900s, combining high-yield genetics and modern agriculture practices to help countries increase their food production. Borlaug is called the father of the Green Revolution. For this incredible work impacting lives around the globe, he is credited with saving over 1 billion lives worldwide that would have otherwise been lost to starvation. Dr. Borlaug famously said, "Food is the moral right of all who are born into this world." And I am proud to say Iowa farmers are doing our part to carry on that legacy and responsibly raise the food that nourishes bodies around the globe. With a focus on sustainability, agriculture continues to find ways to produce nutritious and affordable food while protecting our precious resources and environment. Farmers take pride in the land and producing a high-quality food that is the envy of the world. We don't take that unique and important role lightly, and we will continue to explore ways to feed a growing population. As our world continues to develop and the global population continues its rapid expansion, farmers will remain at the forefront of world hunger and food insecurity conversations. But we need others willing to join this fight. It's tremendous to see how many other partners and stakeholders are committed to combating hunger and food insecurity. And this event is a great opportunity to raise awareness and spark conversations to address the biggest threat facing our world today. On behalf of Iowa agriculture and farmers around the state, thank you all for your commitment to this humanitarian effort as we work together to tackle world hunger. I'm confident that with our shared goals, aligned efforts, we can carry on Dr. Borlaug's legacy of working to feed the world. Thank you all for being a part of this critical campaign to end hunger and food insecurity.
Thank you very much, Brent. We're so heartened by those words. And now I would like to introduce our virtual MCs for our Hunger Summit event today. We have Jackie Negro and Kate Levasseur, who are coming to us from another part of the Hall of Laureates.
It's a pleasure to be with you all today. Beginning with Kelly Garcia, Director of the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services.
Director Garcia was appointed to oversee the state's Health and Social Services Agency in November of 2019. Before moving to Iowa, she served in a series of executive positions at the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. Most recently, she has been overseeing the transition of Iowa's Department of Public Health and Department of Human Services into one entity. Please welcome Director Garcia.
Hi, thank you for the wonderful introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at the 2022 Iowa Hunger Summit. I'm sorry I can't be there with you live today, so I'm doing the next best thing. I'm recording this in late August from my office in the Hoover Building. I'm Kelly Garcia, Director of the Iowa Department of Health and Human Services, and this is a new agency comprised of the former Department of Human Services and the Department of Public Health. On any given day, our programs serve more than 1/3 of all Iowans. And at some point, we touch every Iowan's life through birth, marriage, and death registration. But something that doesn't get enough attention is food insecurity and hunger in Iowa. You've all seen the statistics. More than 200,000 Iowans are facing hunger and food insecurity. And of those, more than 80,000 are children. HHS has a unique perspective on hunger because there's a major intersection between food insecurity and overall population health. And for the people we serve, there's a significant overlap in the services they use. An example of this is in our Medicaid and Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Programs, or SNAP. Of the 140,000 households in Iowa that received SNAP benefits in June, more than 126,000 had at least one Medicaid member living in the home. Having this perspective helps HHS more effectively direct changes to programming to best meet the needs of Iowans. When Iowans go hungry, it causes multiple physical and mental health concerns that can cascade into much larger problems if not treated. Food is a basic need of human survival, and when we struggle with the most basic needs, we don't have a drive or desire to pursue higher level needs like safety and security, relationships, and feelings of accomplishment. A young parent who worries if they will have enough food to feed themselves or their children can develop depression, stress, anxiety, and even post-traumatic stress disorder. These conditions often go untreated because of the time and money involved in getting help often exceeds available financial resources. When we look at areas of the state with limited grocery and fresh food options and compare it to the scarce mental health services in Iowa, there are a lot of intersecting points on the map. And when school children are facing hunger, it can result in behavioral problems and distractions in the classroom, which can lead to developmental delays and even learning disabilities. About half of the children facing hunger will need to repeat a grade. When older Iowans go hungry or malnourished, it can result in abnormal death rates, longer hospital stays, higher risk of infections, anemia, skin problems, and other health concerns. A strong connection exists between food insecurity and chronic conditions like high blood pressure, heart disease, obesity, and diabetes, conditions that affect far too many Iowans. Public health interventions that focus on helping everyone access healthy foods are key to reducing food insecurity and hunger and improving health. That's why HHS has an array of services that help address these issues in Iowa. Early in the pandemic, HHS took several steps to address food insecurity. We increased SNAP benefit levels to the maximum amount for households, and we also worked with the Department of Education to ensure that those who rely on the school lunch program were able to access food when schools were closed. We also took several administrative steps to ensure benefits reached families in need. Today, SNAP serves more than 150,000 Iowa households, more than 307,000 Iowans. HHS distributes more than $48 million in monthly benefits, and the average monthly household benefit is $325. In addition to regular SNAP benefits, HHS is participating in another round of pandemic EBT for children under the age of 6. Benefits are issued on the family SNAP EBT card. This program provides approximately $350 in additional food benefits per child. We hope to make this formal announcement later this week, and benefits should begin to arrive later next month. For pregnant and breastfeeding women and their children, the WIC program treats nutritional deficiencies, serving 58,000 Iowans in 2021. HHS distributed more than 20 million benefits to eligible families in that same year. Finally, I want to tell you about a project I'm really proud of. Last fall, IDPH was awarded funding from CDC to conduct a targeted needs assessment in the Oak Ridge community in Des Moines. If you're not familiar with this area, Oak Ridge is the largest Section 8 housing community in Iowa, and 70% of the population lives below the poverty line. In December, our team, along with partners from all over central Iowa, conducted interviews in 6 different languages with more than 300 residents of the community to understand their specific health needs. Almost half of the residents had specific concerns about being able to feed their family. From these findings, the team developed a series of recommended interventions to address the specific findings. They include expanded access to and increased visits by mobile food pantries, the establishment of an on-site food pantry with more foods appealing to the diverse cultural groups represented in the community. HHS is also planning to conduct a food-specific assessment of the neighborhood to better evaluate the need for more food security resources. This project is ongoing and there's still more work to do, but this is a great example of how an agency like HHS and its partners can come together to develop beneficial solutions to complex problems. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to welcome you to this year's Iowa Hunger Summit. And thank you to each of you for the work you do to address hunger in Iowa and to protect some of our most vulnerable citizens. Enjoy the rest of the summit and be well.
Thank you, Director Garcia. Today, I'd like to welcome the state of Iowa's 15th Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Negg. We're so fortunate for you to be here again on stage, virtual stage, with us. It's been a year since we've both been here. And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about hunger, food, poverty, and success. Welcome, Mike. I'm not hearing him. Sorry, Mike. I'm not hearing you. So I apologize on that. We're having some technical difficulties. Just stick by us for 1 second. This is the whole virtual world here, where we're trying to work the problem here. Yeah. Well, while we're doing that, I just wanted to say that we're coming to you live from our Hall of Laureates here in downtown Des Moines, and in the Iowa Gallery, with Iowans who have really changed the world in the agricultural space. And really, I really count Secretary Negg as one of them, as when we're getting his audio up in my ear, we'll talk to him about our great ag economy here in our state. But Norman Borlaug really founded the World Food Prize, and of course he was a saver of billions of lives, and that really talks to Iowa ingenuity. It talks to Iowa ingenuity in the past, and it talks to Iowa ingenuity now. And it is just it is a phenomenal thing. Do we get Mike? Do we get him?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got him.
Hey,
He's up.
we made it.
I'm so Mike, first of all, welcome. Thanks for bearing with us there. I was just saying, we count you as one of our great leaders in the ag and land stewardship space for our state. And so, Iowa Farms and Food Processing, really a huge success, a juggernaut. So talk to me a little bit about the successes of the Iowa ag economy and how we can leverage that to provide opportunities for those who are in need.
You bet, and absolutely, and great to be back. And even if we have a few issues virtually, we figure it out, right? Talk about innovation and adapting, right?
Exactly.
Look, first of all, right from the start, I want to thank President Johnson and the Iowa Farm Bureau Federation for their involvement here. Director Garcia, what a great public servant and a visionary, really, in the area of her expertise, and I of course appreciate the World Food Prize and the great mission of the foundation, and I always have thought that the Iowa Hunger Summit linked together with the World Food Prize dialogue that'll be coming up in the next month or so was very, very appropriate, right? Especially in a state like Iowa where we are leaders in production. You mentioned it. We have been blessed with incredible natural resources that allow us to be very productive. Of course, we lead the nation in corn and pork and egg and renewable fuels. We're high on the list when it comes to beef, and in the top 10 with dairy and turkey as well. And so we're very proud of that. But I think too that's only part of the story. It's not just about our productivity and how much we produce; it's how we produce it. And with an eye towards the future and sustainability, and ensuring that yes, we can be productive, but balance that with doing a better job on the landscape. And so to that end, I'm proud to be able to say that over the last several years, we have continued to set records in terms of engagement of farmers and landowners across the state, working on improving soil health and soil conservation and improving water quality. And so it's not just what we produce, but it's how we produce it as well. And so, those are the things that we're very proud of. We should be proud of that. Iowa is very connected to the world. We produce more than we can consume here. And so that does inevitably connect us to the world. And so that's why, again, it's important to have that global perspective, but also as it relates to hunger, that we do think about the challenges that are occurring right here at home in Iowa. So we're blessed, but we know that there's always more work to do to really connect the dots and ensure that everyone, regardless of where you are, has access to those basic needs.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mike. I just wanted to go a little bit deeper and just talk a little bit about how your department and probably interdepartmentally deals with hunger and poverty across the state.
Right. Look, I kind of put this into two categories. One would be around the work that we do, of course, to ensure that there's economic viability for agriculture in the state of Iowa. Of course, a productive agriculture that benefits uh, all Iowans, but certainly those directly involved in agriculture, creates more economic opportunity, more jobs, more ability to earn a living wage, regardless of where you live in the state of Iowa, and that economic opportunity is so critically important to addressing the poverty side of the equation. And that's a big part of what we do here, right? Is to focus on building markets for Iowa farmers, whether they be local or in the United States, or certainly as it relates to trade, but also recognizing that quarter of our GDP in the state of Iowa, 1 in 5 jobs, and those aren't just jobs on a piece of paper. Those are jobs that mean, again, a livelihood for farm families and communities all across the state. So that's an important part that we need to focus on always, is that we have stability and opportunity in that economic space around agriculture, and that really does drive Iowa's economy. Now, some specific things that we've been working on over the last couple of years, and I've been identifying these as maybe some silver lining that could come out of the last couple of years of the unprecedented disruption that we've seen, and that's an interest in shopping local, an interest in shortening the supply chain, if you will. And we've spent a lot of effort around, enhancing and improving our local foods, and also specifically around meat processing, farmers selling direct to consumers. And we actually ran a couple of task forces here in the last 2 years, last year, where we brought folks together, convened expertise from across the state of Iowa to look at meat processing and local foods specifically, and then took those recommendations to the legislature. And we're addressing everything from just flat out the capacity to process, but also workforce training. And, again, how do we build out markets around those two things? So I think those have been some of the maybe positive outcomes that have come, again, to create markets for farmers, but also to create more stability in that shortened supply chain for Iowans. And we've also then been able to bring some resources to purchasing local foods and providing them for underserved communities across the state. I'm really excited about this. This is a project that will happen over the next couple of years. Again, it connects small farmers, specialty crop producers, with underserved communities. And how do we talk about, one, availability, but also nutrition as well? And because that is one of the other components to this conversation that we need to think about: availability, but also nutritious. And as Director Garcia talked about, the health implications that go along with that. So those are just a few of the things that we've been working on. But I should mention this too. That's just one piece. The Iowa Department of Ag and Land Stewardship, just one partner in this. We've got an agriculture community, both in the terms of commodity groups, grower groups, companies, cooperatives, you name it, that have had a long interest and commitment to food insecurity in this state. That's something that they should be very proud of, and certainly I'm proud of their efforts over the many years of donating and trying to uplift Iowans as well.
Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to kind of turn to maybe something that you've learned over the last couple of years, right? So we've, in our state and across our world, we face shocks, whether they're epidemiological shocks or climatological shocks. You've faced bird flu, COVID, derecho, drought, floods. Talk to me about something that you've learned, in this era of, shocks.
That's an interesting question. So I'll think back to just a couple of weeks ago at the Great Iowa State Fair. We conduct, the Iowa Department of Ag together with Farm Bureau, actually. We have an awards program for century or heritage farms that have been in a family for 100 or 150 years. I think back, there's a perspective that gives, right? That to think of the things that have happened to a family, or that a family has had to endure to hold a farm for 150 years. You're talking about world wars, a Great Depression. You're talking about pandemics. You're talking about a farm crisis, and certainly weather inconsistency and floods and derechos and tornadoes and everything, and some great years too. Everything that you can imagine. And so maybe it's not that I've learned about this. I've learned more about it, but I've been reminded of it so many times that, again, whether you're talking about an unprecedented and historic disruption to a supply chain, or whether you're talking about the fact that in the last handful of years in Iowa, we've gone from floods to derecho to drought, and that farmers have had to ride through that. And they seem like very, very they are intense challenges right in the here and now, but that you really have to have a longer perspective, and that speaks to the resiliency of agriculture. Now, you can't just assume that that's always going to happen, right? So you've got to ensure that you're looking to the future, that you're providing farmers with tools to manage through the risks that they can't control. There are so many things in agriculture that you can't control. Much as I would like to say I can control the weather in Northwest Iowa, where our farm is, I can't. But I have to deal with it. And so you control the things that you can. You have to manage the risks around the things that you can't. And I've seen an agriculture community that has adapted and changed and lived through some amazing challenges. And yet we have shown also how resilient we can be. So I would say that's something that in the last couple of years has really come to the forefront for not just the Iowa farmer, but the American farmer as well. They've really stepped up. But again, history has shown that that's what can happen.
Mike, thank you so much. And last question here. Farmers and consumers are facing higher prices.
Yes.
Just wanted to get your thoughts on that, on kind of on this inflation issue that we're faced with.
And of course, inflation affects everyone. Every family is affected by inflation. Your paycheck simply doesn't go as far when you're dealing with that kind of pressure, and agriculture is not immune from that. And so it's concerning to me as I look across the landscape and I say, what are some of those uncertainty, those variability factors that we're looking at in agriculture from a production standpoint? Again, you've got to deal with high energy costs, high fertilizer costs, weather challenges, those types of things. But on the consumer end of this perspective, it is about, again, that availability, nutritious food that's affordable, and that is very concerning. And so we must look at this. Oh, and by the way, don't forget about the supply chain that connects the two, right? The production with the consumer and all of the challenges around that from a workforce standpoint and an energy cost standpoint. So we've got to, again, as a country, redouble our efforts to provide support for risk management tools for farmers, and also to really look at one of those key cost drivers for really the entire economy, but certainly for agriculture, and that's around energy. And what can we do to drive down those costs, and also be looking about energy stability, which in my vision means something that we're doing that's renewable and that's domestic. And so to me, that's one of the single greatest things that we can do, along with, again, providing that support, that risk management support system, support net for our agriculture. So I think those are the things that help on certainly the production side. And there's, hey, as you're going to learn about today, and many people are going to talk about the fact that if any of this were easy, it would have been done by now. And if there were one simple answer, we'd all go focus on that and do it. The flat out reality is it is all of those things, many things that we need to continue to strive for. And what a worthy goal.
Thank you, Secretary Neg. It's so wonderful for you to be here at the summit. Thanks for bearing with our technical glitches. But we're so excited for you to be here in October for the Borlaug Dialogue. We always love to see you, and we'll have you here, and of course, in Des Moines. So thank you, Secretary Neg.
Thank you.
As we transition from Secretary Neg to our next session, I'm going to bring in a couple of my colleagues here, but with the Hunger Summit theme of Path to Zero being future focused, we thought we'd take you on a trip that visited our past, our present, and yes, our future. This is the 16th anniversary of the summit. This was a bipartisan effort by 3 Iowa governors, and has evolved and changed over those years. We're excited for this year's summit, and we're excited for our future. We have a lot of work to do, and we're so thankful to stand on the shoulders of literal giants. The story started from Norman Borlaug, but we're not finished writing it. We're steadfast in our mission to get to zero hunger. And I'm joined on stage today by Barbara Stinson, president of the World Food Prize Foundation, and Kate Levasseur, our archivist and historian. Our goal for this session is to give you an understanding of where we've been, where we're at now, and where we're headed. Kate, as we're sitting in this beautiful Iowa gallery at the Hall of Laureates, it reminds me that how Iowans have changed the world. Can you tell us a little bit about the very beginnings of the Hunger Summit?
Absolutely. I'm so pleased to be here to share some of the stories from the foundation with you. And one of the great stories we have to share is how the Iowa Hunger Summit got started. And though we're celebrating the 16th Hunger Summit today, we really need to go a few years prior to the first Hunger Summit in 2007 to really get an idea of how everything began. And we really go back to 2003. There was a panel at the International Symposium, our World Food Prize International Symposium, now known as the Borlaug Dialogue that year, focusing on hunger in Iowa and America. And from that panel really grew the seeds for an idea to really bring into focus more hunger issues close to home. So in about 3 years later, we ended up having a meeting there, getting some ideas put together, and the 3 governors, as Kyle mentioned, then Governor Vilsack, Terry Branstad, and Robert D. Ray, co-authored a piece in the Des Moines Register calling for the establishment of an Iowa Hunger Summit. Later that year, the World Food Prize announced the first Iowa Hunger Summit, which took place the following year in 2007 in October. So the very first event took place at the downtown Marriott. It was free, it was open to the public, and hundreds of people ended up coming, which of course is something, it really has set us up for the event as it continues today. And one of the things that really struck me in my research about the first Hunger Summit is really just how open the event was and accessible to the public. It wasn't intended to be an event just for people with a background in hunger fighting, for professionals in the field. It was really a way for everyday Iowans to connect to these issues, learn about them, and find out how they could help on a grassroots level. Really a chance for neighbors to help neighbors.
There is something very neighborly about that. I think it's kind of quintessentially American and Iowan, right? So how has kind of the Hunger Summit honored that sentiment throughout the years?
Every year, as part of the Hunger Summit, in addition to the keynote addresses and the panels that you would see, there was a focus on how Iowans are working together to help support other people that are food insecure, both here in our city, in our state, across the nation, and across the globe. So it wasn't just listening to people talk, there was also information collected on the amount of food that was donated, dollars that were donated to go towards hunger alleviation, as well as volunteer hours that were given by people. And so 1 year early on in the data collection, there were 451,000 volunteer hours logged, which roughly equates to 1,200 hours per day given by people across the state. And the numbers have only gone up since then. So I think part of a general awareness of these issues, the people in need, has come about and helped really increase those numbers. And I think another part of the Iowa Hunger Summit's focus on helping within our community are some of some topics we'll discuss a little bit later, but the Iowa Shares Award is a focus on Iowans who are working to help with humanitarian efforts and to help alleviate hunger as well. So there have been a lot of opportunities created to really put a focus on local folks who are working to help alleviate hunger.
And Kate, just to step back, was Norman Borlaug part of the Hunger Summit at the beginning?
Yes, absolutely. There's a fantastic picture of the 4 governors, so the 3 former governors that were involved in writing that piece for the Register, as well as who was then the new governor, Chet Culver, who presented a proclamation to Dr. Borlaug at that very first Hunger Summit.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of bipartisanship continues to this day, and we're so very proud of that bipartisanship. As the summit has progressed, are there other highlights that stand out in your mind?
Absolutely. I think one of the highlights, I mean, we could list the numerous people that have come, illustrious speakers from organizations all around the world, but I think in addition to that Iowa Shares Award, in 2012 we had the creation of the Hunger Directory. So it really became a place to connect organizations and individuals to be able to collaborate and innovate, connect people who wanted to help with people who needed help. And of course, in the 10 years since that's been established, technology, different ways of virtual assistance have maybe changed the landscape of what that might look like as a resource, but I think we all are very passionate about serving as a place within our community to bring those people together that need it. Additionally, I wanted to point out in 2009, the USDA did host a listening session at the Hunger Summit as a way to help move President Obama's pledge to end childhood hunger. And so that connects to the work that we are still doing today too.
That is amazing, and just on those innovations, right, over the last few years, we've been virtual, right, Barbara? And this year we, just plugging this, but we do have closed captioning available now as an accessibility feature. So we're evolving, we're growing, and the Hunger Summit itself is breaking out of that one time of year. And we've had multiple events this year. We've had actually 4 White House listening sessions across all our programs, and a session on the child tax credit. So this evolution has started, and we hope to evolve back in person as well. But we're so excited about that. And so moving from the past into the present with President Stinson. I'm just so happy for Barbara to be here. She's been president, for about 3 years, right?
Just about as long as the COVID period.
So just want to talk to you a little bit about how you view the summit today and how it fits into the work of the World Food Prize.
Great, thank you so much. Great to be here today. Wonderful historical depiction. Thank you, Kate. And I will say we have a great timeline online that really highlights the many speakers and many parts of the events. You can find it in the About section of our Iowa Hunger Summit website. So glad to be here today. Of course, the World Food Prize has a fabulous mission. We elevate innovations and inspire action to sustainably increase the quality, quantity, and availability of food for all. And each one of those words has a really important element to delivering our mission, and it's true for every one of our programs. So we offer recognition of hunger fighters at the laureate level, with the Borlaug Field Award every year, with Iowa Shares, with many other programs. Recognition is a big part of what we deliver. And we deliver deliberation and civil discourse on critical issues in fighting global food insecurity. And that can be here at the Iowa level. It can be here in central Iowa, in Des Moines, in our work with the Iowa Food Bank, as we'll hear just in a little bit of time, up to international and global reach that we offer in our deliberations. As a matter of fact, I was noticing in the chat that we have dialed in today Nigeria, an individual from Nigeria, from Cote d'Ivoire. So we're so fortunate for this reach, both for the Hunger Summit and for our dialogue. And then our third pillar of program and action is working with young people. And as everyone knows, I think, who knows the World Food Prize, we have an incredible cadre of young people who are working every day to really understand what global food insecurity is and what it means for them locally as well as around the world. And so we can say more about those programs. and we focus on both national and local hunger fighting leadership, bringing together folks for these pressing issues and connecting people that have this incredible drive to end hunger, to address the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, zero hunger. And that's really the basis of our name and our theme today. So what we're doing here in Iowa, what everyone is doing here in Iowa, it's our job to magnify that. And so that's really how all of this connects. We need to understand not only what's going on in South Asia, Africa, South America, with regard to malnutrition, undernutrition, et cetera. We need to know what's going on right here in Iowa, because children go to bed hungry every single day in this state. And as we heard from Director Garcia already today, 1/2 of the children that are going to bed hungry will repeat a grade. That's a setback. So we have a lot of imperatives to address. So long answer to your question.
No, it's a really great answer. And I just wanted to note before we get to the second section that we just announced our Borlaug Field Award winner. What's like 2 days ago. And the Borlaug Field Award winner is?
We're both blanking only for a second because it's Dr. Govindaraj, and his first name is Malahindra, I think, but it's a complicated name, so I apologize.
It's a complicated name, and maybe I should have thought about that.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
But Dr. Govindaraj works on millet in India, and it's just a phenomenal example of our focus on youth and then our focus on food security. And really, as Barbara noted, even though this is a local event, right, we're getting people from across the world logging in. And we're so happy about that, because what happens here in Iowa, affects the whole world, and what happens around the whole world affects here in Iowa. I just wanted to get to our second question, because the World Food Prize is just this powerful platform, right, to address hunger and nutrition across the globe. So let's talk about that platform, both here and around the world.
Great. Well, thank you. I will start with our Global Food Security Network. We try to bring our global network, which is our laureates, 51 laureates, our council of advisors, 14 esteemed advisors, including 2 young professionals now, and the amazing people and leadership that attend the International Borlaug Dialogue. We strive to bring those individuals to all of the issues around food security and elevate their work every single day. We try to use the platform to benefit Iowans through our youth programs, such as the Iowa Youth Institute. We reach 90% of our 99 counties through the Iowa Youth Institute, and that program allows children, grade school children, to address critical issues in specific countries as well as here in Iowa, bring them forward with original research, participate in roundtable discussions with our experts, the Global Food Security Network I mentioned, and then to come together at the Global Youth Institute with our Borlaug Dialogue, which is part of the platform that we offer, an annual gathering. We hope 500 people coming back to Iowa to deliberate on the climate, COVID, and conflict challenges that are facing global food security this year. So we also have this tremendous opportunity to focus and feature one individual as a winner of the laureate, as a winner of the World Food Prize. And this year it will be Dr. Cynthia Rosenzweig. We elevate her work this year and honor her in a wonderful ceremony at the Iowa State Capitol with Governor Reynolds and so many who will attend. And it's really an opportunity to understand hunger at many levels, because all of these individuals work at many levels. So we know we're facing so many challenges. We strive to focus on the solutions as well, because people are doing incredible work. They're elevating so many solutions, and that's part of our job, is to make sure that those solutions are understood and scaled up, so that we really know what's working, what's actually working in trying to address food security.
The kind of maybe the gem or the hidden gem of the World Food Prize programs is our focus on youth, and Norman Borlaug's focus on youth. So let's talk a little bit about the World Food Prize Foundation's programs on youth, how they benefit Iowa, and how they're addressing Path to Zero.
Great. Well, I already mentioned the Iowa Youth Institute, and that's a program that then ultimately brings 300 of these hundreds of students that are studying these issues around Iowa together at the Iowa State University for a day-long deliberation and presentation of their research, et cetera. From that, they are able to, many of them, participate in the Global Youth Institute. But this goes on in over 27 institutes around the nation and around the world, I think six other countries as well. So this is students participating in this unique program, the Global Challenge Research Paper Program from around the world. And we estimate we might touch 10,000 students a year in this program. So this is really living Norman Borlaug's mission. His underlying mission was to support the next generation of hunger fighters and make sure there is one. So we're trying to create this pipeline so we host the Global Youth Institute here in October alongside the Borlaug Dialogue, as we will this year with 250 students coming online virtually, but going to be right there with us. And also through internships and fellowships. And these are professional development opportunities that these young people, delegates, have to conduct research and actively participate in internships for 3 months during a summer around the world. 17 different research centers around the world, and many in USDA as well, with the U.S. Department of Agriculture and fellowships. So between all of these different programs, we're trying to build this cadre of young people who really understand what it means to have a powerful profession and mission to feed the world.
Wow, so we've touched on past, we've touched on present. Now I think it's time for Hunger Summit Future. So if we look into that crystal ball, which has been a little cloudy over the last few years, I would say, where are we going with the Hunger Summit in the future?
Well, we'll continue to bring leadership to Iowa for this event, of course, and for the Borlaug Dialogue. We have tremendous engagement this year with the White House Conference on Hunger and Nutrition, for example. So that's a connection between prominent national activity going on and what we do here in Iowa. We'll continue to mobilize our resources and try to support and bring to the forefront actions going on here in Iowa that are scalable for around the world, and vice versa, to bring those others going on. We'll continue to deliberate on the toughest issues we face every day, focusing on the inequities of our food systems and how those inequities need to be righted, and the amazing work of our partners going on to try to address these and many other critical issues. So I think that the third thing we'll continue to focus on in the future is really trying to address the actual local needs here in Iowa for the Iowa Hunger Summit. We have a wonderful steering committee that you've convened, Kyle, and that's been very helpful, giving us guidance on what is it we really need to do to foster more support, more innovation, and more solutions here in Iowa. So we'll continue to focus our programming around the year with webinars and better information resources and more collaboration.
Yeah, I think that's right, Barbara. I think we're already seeing it, and actually in our next panel, right, we're bringing together people from across the state, from area food banks and pantries, right? We're talking about the need now. We're talking about how we get to zero, but we also had a webinar on the child tax credit, right? A tax credit that over its short time span reduced the amount of poverty for about between 3.1 and 3.7 million children. So we are going to continue to shine our light on initiatives, programs like that will reduce hunger. And those programs don't have to be focused on food. They can be focused on taxes, access to health care, on nutrition, across the board. But we really want to get to zero. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we see the summit going forward, right? As longtime people who are long time engaged with the Borlaug dialogue knew that the Hunger Summit occurred immediately before each one of the Borlaug dialogues and in our October week of events up until 2019. And over the last few years, we've transitioned to having this on September 1st today, and we're so excited about that because we view this as a flagship program of the World Food Price Foundation. But we don't want to just be here. One day. We are bringing people together one day a year. We love this event, and we'd love to do it in person next September 1st, but we're going to start doing things, continually throughout the year, webinars, gatherings. So super excited about events to come, I would say.
Yes. Yes, and we just invite everyone to put in the chat and tell us directly, what is it that you need to see more of? How can we use our platform, our resources to elevate the great work going on and address the critical issues needed?
Yeah, so if there is anything in the chat, we are watching that chat. And if you have any questions, now would be a wonderful time to put that in. If we don't, we'll keep going for just a couple more minutes. Kate, I want to bring you back in. Are there any kind of historical things that you might want to add that brings color to this? Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things that really stuck out to me too, getting ready for this, and it connects so much into seeking community input for what it is we're talking about, is how timely we can really make the discussions in the Iowa Hunger Summit. From the very beginning, the topics covered a broad range of things, with a special emphasis on child nutrition and ending child hunger. And I think looking at the 2020 Iowa Hunger Summit, so the first one under your tenure, Barbara, the focus on right away how COVID and racial inequity are playing into these broader hunger issues. So the ability to be able to provide perspective, highlight these issues in such a timely manner, really gives us a flexibility with this event and an ability to really convene and start thinking of solutions and innovative solutions at that for these issues as they're coming up. I think is such a great hallmark of this event, and one that I'm excited that the community and our partners have really embraced to make this event relevant and interesting.
And I would say too that last year we were very inspired by our panel, and so we actually at our Hunger Summit we actually redid how we think about our Hall of Laureates based upon feedback we received at the Hunger Summit, right? Our policies around how we use our building, and I think that's so powerful, right? Is that we're all willing to change, we're all willing to embrace something to get to zero, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just to highlight that a little bit further, I'm so glad you mentioned it. So this building is an incredible asset. It belongs to the community. It is a public building. Of course, we host our own staff here. We host public events here, private events here. But what we've done is really try to restructure the marketing of the building as a venue, the marketing and availability and pricing of the building to make it more available to our community at large. And the response has been tremendous, even just this last year. So we'll continue in that vein, and really hoping that we have some kind of a seasonal event at the end of the year and welcome back the thousands who used to come to the Hall of Laureates. And then, of course, really hoping so for October events. We'll have activities going on here during our October events. Don't miss the International Borlaug Dialogue. It's the 18th through 20th of October, and you can register online. And I think maybe it's time to transition to the next session.
Yeah, so thank you, President Simpson. Thank you, Kate. We're so thankful for you both. And I'm going to throw it over to Jackie, our virtual MC.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you to Director Garcia, Secretary Naig, and my colleagues, Barbara, Kyle, and Kate, for opening the summit and discussing the current state of Iowa's hunger, nutrition, and health. Your insights have definitely set us up for a productive and engaging conversation today. The sessions we're sharing today come at a critical time for Iowans. As many of you know or are experiencing firsthand, we are seeing record levels of need for emergency food aid in our state. Today, 1 out of every 14 Iowans and 1 out of every 9 Iowan children face hunger. This increased need is due in part to rising costs and also the end of pandemic-era supports, like increased SNAP benefits, the end of the child tax credit, and free school lunches. In 2020, the state government estimated that 10.3% of Iowans struggle to afford food, and even more, 12% cannot afford to eat balanced meals, emphasizing the importance of including nutrition in hunger-related discussions. There's also inequities at play. Black and Hispanic households experience increased hunger and decreased access to support and resources. In fact, although about 1 in 10 white families could not afford balanced meals, 1 in 3, a third of Black families were facing the same challenge. There are other disparities at play as well. Iowans with children, for example, face increased barriers to putting nutritious food on the table. Inadequate access to healthy, nutritious food increases the likelihood of diet-related diseases like diabetes and hypertension. The COVID-19 pandemic brought to the forefront the significant health disparities in our country and the importance of promoting overall health and well-being in our communities. In regards to diet-related disease, in 2020, more than 240,000 Iowans were living with diabetes, which is a huge health concern. Also of concern is prediabetes. For Iowans and Americans alike, this condition often goes undiagnosed, but if left untreated, 15 to 30% of people with prediabetes will have type 2 diabetes within the next 5 years. That's a high risk, considering that 7.2% of Iowans currently have prediabetes. If you're doing the math, that means we could see a 2% increase in diabetes in the next 5 years if we do not meet this challenge with effective and well-rounded health solutions. To solve the complex issues of hunger, malnutrition, and diet-related disease, we need a full suite of policy and community-based solutions. Emergency food aid, like those provided by food pantries and food banks, are only one part of a holistic approach to ending hunger, but these networks are vital to any solution we might make. The value of emergency food aid became abundantly clear amid pandemic shocks that led to increased demand for food at many food banks and pantries around the country. Local community-based food pantries are often the first stop and go-to for many people struggling. They provide flexible, approachable, and reliable solutions both to people experiencing hunger for the first time and those who have been facing it in the long term. At the same time, food pantries are facing the same increase in prices we've all experienced. With increased demand and increased prices, many pantries are having trouble meeting the needs of their communities. Our next panel, Banking on the Future of Emergency Food Aid, welcomes the representatives from each of Iowa's food bank regions to discuss these challenges and help build solutions. From this session, you will learn about the drivers of food insecurity in our state and how these food pantries expect demand to increase or decrease now and in the future. We are so grateful for our speakers to be taking the time out of their busy schedules today to travel to Des Moines. They've been over here in the hall all morning hanging out with us. And it's my pleasure to introduce them. Again, these people are representing food pantries from all around Iowa. The Food Bank of Iowa, who Michelle Book will be moderating our panel. She will be helping us sort of guide this conversation as we bring all of these food pantry representatives together to discuss how these food pantries are seeing hunger in their communities, how they're reacting to the pandemic, and how they're trying to adjust to the demand and increased prices that they're facing. We'll hear firsthand what their experiences of food insecurity are like and what their communities are facing and what solutions we need to move forward. So, moderating our panel, as I mentioned, will be Michelle Book, who is the president and CEO of the Food Bank of Iowa. This food bank does incredible work. It distributes 1.5 million pounds of food access across 55 counties in Iowa every day, alongside 700 incredible partners also working to end hunger in Iowa. She has led the food bank for 6 years now after a career of various opportunities in hog farming, healthcare, international business, and nonprofit leadership. We're really looking forward to an exciting discussion from her today. Also joining us, as I mentioned earlier, are representatives from partner agencies. are representatives from partner agencies from each of the food bank's 5 service regions. Please welcome, along with us and our staff, Di Daniels of Salud Multicultural Health Coalition of Storm Lake, Pastor Dwayne Hodges from the Redeemed Voices Worship Center in Davenport, Melanie Fierk from the Lord's Cupboard Pantry in Fort Dodge, Crystal Cabela from Community in Iowa City, Pete Pazur from the Cedar Valley Pantry in Waterloo. We're so excited to hear these speakers today, and I hope you all enjoy the discussion.
My name's Michelle Book. I'm the CEO with Food Bank of Iowa. It's a joy and a pleasure to be here today speaking with all of you out there across Iowa, across the United States, and some international visitors as well. I have with me today 5 panelists, experts, boots on the ground across the state of Iowa that know what's happening with food insecurity in their community. I'm going to start first, before I introduce the panelists, with a little bit of information about what is food insecurity, what does it look like in the state of Iowa. But first, Feeding America. Food Bank of Iowa is a Feeding America food bank. And if we'll go to the next slide. And yep, there we go. So Food Bank is one of 6 food banks that operate within the state of Iowa. Our mission is to alleviate hunger in Iowa. Today, 300,000 Iowans, about 10% of the population, suffer from food insecurity, meaning they don't have access to consistent, adequate nutrition to ensure that they're able to live a healthy lifestyle. 1/3 of those are children. 100,000 of our children in the state of Iowa struggle with enough food at home to keep their tummies full, to make sure that their brains are engaging at school and that they're able to physically develop. 1 in 7 working Iowa households where somebody in the home is working, 1 in 7 are unable to make ends meet. 1 in 6 seniors face the threat of hunger, and 1 out of every 5 food insecure homes houses a veteran, someone who has served the country bravely. When we talk about Iowa and we think about today all the jobs that we see posted, help wanted, job opening here and there, Iowa has many, many jobs, a plethora of jobs. But we have a problem right now where there are not abundance of jobs where people can make a living wage. So many jobs at entry level, $15, $16, $17, which don't meet living wage standards. For example, a family, 1-parent household, 1 child must gross, in the state of Iowa, must gross $44,000 a year in order to make ends meet, just basic needs. That's not saving for an emergency, for their own retirement, or their child's education. Yet, the median household income for a 1-parent, 1-child household in the state of Iowa is $34,000, leaving a $10,000 gap. So those of us sitting here today are filling the need, filling that meal gap by providing pantry services. The next slide, please. This is what state of Iowa looks like from a Feeding America perspective. There are 6 Feeding America food banks that serve all 99 counties, and we have representatives today with us from across the state of Iowa. These are 5 of our 1,200 partners that are working on the front line every day. Feeding America food banks, we find food, we keep it safe, we transport it to our 1,200 smaller frontline partner agencies who then hand the food or prepare the food in a congregate meal for their neighbor in need, serving their community. So these partners could be a typical pantry in a church basement. It could be a community pantry, a community action program supporting a pantry. More and more, we're seeing pantries in schools, especially in rural Iowa. It could be feeding sites such as homeless shelters, halfway houses, rehab facilities, teen pregnancy homes, and daycares. If you're a 501c3, part of your mission is to feed the people, provide nutrition to the people you serve. You can work with a Feeding America food bank to get the food that you need, the food that you need for your partners serving frontline community folks. So with that, enough of this. Let's talk to the people that really know what's going on. And these are folks, boots on the ground. So we're going to start on this side, and we have Pete Pizar.
Yep.
Pete Pizar at Cedar Valley Food Pantry in Waterloo. Di Daniels, who is with Salud Multicultural Health Coalition in Storm Lake. Next to me, we have Melody Furkey, the Lord's Cupboard, Fort Dodge. Oh, in the polka dots, Melody Furkey, the Lord's Cupboard, Fort Dodge. Crystal Cabela, Community Crisis Services in Iowa City. And last but certainly not least, Reverend Drain Hodges with Redeemed Voices Food Pantry in Davenport. And I welcome all of you here today. So we have a few questions that we're going to hit on today. And we'll start, we'll get some different voices involved. But if you've got a thought, you're not called upon, but if you have a thought, just jump in. This is a conversation. Let's have some fun. Keep in mind the folks that are watching today might not be involved on the front line like you are, and they may have not the privilege of your perspective. So what can we share with them today that perhaps folks watching won't know? So we're going to start and go around the circle, but talk about the level of food insecurity that you're seeing today at your food pantry, at your feeding site. What does it look like compared to before COVID, BC? Maybe during COVID, DC, and now what we think of as after COVID, AC. But a little bit about what's your organization and what are you seeing as far as food insecurity is concerned? And we'll start with you, Reverend.
I'm Pastor Dwayne Hodges with Redeemed Voices Worship Center, actually, in Davenport. And we partner with Riverbend Food Bank, who is kind of the bigger, more known organization. We're one of the pantry. I don't want to say just one of the pantry partners, but we have noticed, I mean, especially BC, before COVID, we saw, it was a kind of an average number of people coming. We were doing our pantry 3 days a week, actually, and we were serving really primarily families because of the location we were in. So during COVID, we were in the same location, but then we started noticing, of course, that there were more people. Even though people were getting stimulus and all these different funds were coming in, and I want to say that was during COVID, we started noticing like we had an influx of just more people coming in, although they were all getting money and SNAP benefits and all kind of things were being elevated. We just noticed that we still had a lot of people coming in, and actually a lot more coming in during COVID. Now after COVID, I guess really if you even think about now, our numbers have jumped all the way back up again, and I believe that was just due to inflation, elevated cost of food and the cost of just anything that you can buy nowadays. It's just been way more expensive. So we're seeing more people coming in. We're seeing and a wide range of people. I'm actually a veteran myself, so because of that connection that I have with veterans, I get a lot of veterans that come down. I get a lot of elderly come down. I mean, where we're located in Davenport, we're in an area that's kind of what's considered kind of the, I think it's called the homeless corridor. So we get a lot of people that walk in or ride a bike in, and we're seeing just an influx of people starting to come in more. And a lot of the biggest things that people are saying is that they just don't have any food in their house right now. I mean, because you described as far as the example of the income, and in our area, those people are way less than that. I mean, and some, again, like I said, homeless. So they don't have the means to be able to even cook the food or do anything with it. So it's a really interesting dynamic, but our numbers have elevated considerably after COVID, AC.
Thank you. Melanie, tell us, again, introduce yourself, where you're from, a little bit about your organization, and then tell us what you're seeing.
Sure. Melanie Fierk. I'm with the Lord's Cover Community Pantry in Fort Dodge, and we serve Webster County. Before COVID, we actually had a number, only saw 20 people, and that's about all we could see. We were open 4 times a week for that. And then during COVID,
4 times a week, every week.
every week, yeah, so for 2 hours. So we would see 20 people, so we would only see 80 a week, so people would get turned away. During COVID, someone came up with the wonderful idea to pre-pack boxes. So they went with pre-pack boxes so they didn't have to cap the numbers. And I was averaging during COVID and even up until April of this year, we were seeing on average about 500, feeding about 500 a month. And then
In rural Webster City.
and
rural
Webster, yeah,
County.
Webster County. Not as much rural, probably a little, but not nearly as much as like Pocahontas or Calhoun that are beside us. They're way more rural than we are. And then since April 1st, our numbers have increased. We've doubled. And then this month, I've almost tripled who I'm seeing and
Who
feeding.
are you seeing?
All demographics. I mean, we see, probably a third of our clients are families with small children, but then we see, I bet you, at least a third of our people are elderly on, fixed incomes who need a little bit of assistance. I'm seeing a lot of families have moved back in with parents. So parents were making it on their, fixed income, and then all of a sudden their daughter and their granddaughters are moving back in. So then they're having more mouths to feed. So they're, coming into the pantry.
Yeah, Social Security was adjusted last fall, way before we envisioned inflation. So there are a lot of senior citizens and others, folks living on fixed incomes, physical disability, mental disabilities that are now really stuck with inflation putting pressure on that family budget.
Well, and and the cost of gas, cost of energy, cost of groceries. I mean, even everyone's personal budgets, I'm sure, have gone through the roof with groceries. And then imagine if you're on a fixed income and you're not getting any more for that. They don't get a cost of living increase.
And they don't have savings to dip into as well. Crystal, thank you for being here today, all the way from Iowa City. Would you introduce yourself, a little bit about your organization, and tell us what you're seeing in Iowa City?
I'm Crystal Cabela. I'm the food bank manager with Community Crisis Services. We serve about 1,000 households a week, a little over that. We started I'm again, same as Pastor, our numbers are back to where they were pre-COVID. We, during COVID, had to change how we were providing because we do self-choice shopping, and our space was too small to allow people inside. So we were handing bags out the doors, people were lining up, our numbers depleted immensely. So we decided to find bigger space so that we could go back to self-choice shopping, and our numbers slowly crept up. And now, as of March, they just went through the roof. So we went from about 700 households a week to 950 to 1,000, and now we're over 1,000. So,
are you still choice, allowing people to come in and shop? And we do see that as a best practice, where folks are able to come in, like a small town grocery store, select the items that they would like, they know their family will like, and we think it minimizes food waste, but also takes more resources, more volunteers, and more time to be able to manage distribution on that level. Tell us about who you're seeing. What's the demographic that you're seeing today?
It's not, our demographics haven't changed dramatically. I did notice that we've had a 35% increase in elderly visits since March. And then overall, about a 23% increase in visits since March. We also have a delivery service, and a lot of our deliveries go to elderly folks. And then also people with children. We're seeing a lot more families come in, and same as you said, where the people are moving back home and in with their parents, and then parents come in and say, I've got 3 grandchildren now in my home, and so we do track how many people are in the household and that sort of thing. So I didn't think about that until you said it. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of that as well.
Well, and I fed boys. I raised boys and fed boys, and that is a tough, that's a tough task. They go through a lot of food. I had a woman approach me, and she had a baby and 3 little boys with her. And she said, my husband has a good job. He works construction. And I work at a convenience store, but I'm off work for 6 weeks. I can't go to the convenience store for 6 weeks, and it's an unpaid leave. And these boys are home for the summer, and I can't feed them. They are hungry, and I just don't have enough in the house. And I know it's going to be okay. I know it's going to be okay when they get back in school, and they have access to school breakfast and lunch. But right now, I just need a little help. So a lot of folks come in, out of the system as situations occur. And in the state of Iowa, pre-COVID, 47% of our kids qualified for free and reduced breakfast and lunch through the USDA school feeding program. And so that's about half of our kids in Iowa don't have enough food when they go home after school, weekends, holiday breaks. So these young families needing a little bit of a leg up today, the numbers really support the fact that they're not making enough to make ends meet. I am so happy that Di Daniels came down from Storm Lake to be with us today. So Di, if you will introduce yourself, tell a little bit. Your organization is not a typical food pantry. If you'll talk a little bit about what you do and what you're seeing in Storm Lake today.
Absolutely. So yes, I'm Di Daniels, and I am one of the co-directors of Salud, a multicultural health coalition. I feel like I'm here more as just a community member, because in a rural town like Storm Lake, about 10,000, maybe 12,000 people, we all have to work together. Yeah. And so having moved there in about 2012, I think there were already those Upper Des Moines was certainly well trafficked for its food pantry.
Community action program.
Yes, and well supported by individuals and churches, and soon learned that our students are about 80% on free and reduced lunches, and so that means.
How many languages spoken within your school district?
Well, I'd say between 22 and 30. It depends, different numbers. It ebbs and flows. So that presents some incredible benefits, but also challenges. So for a lot of us in the community, these things were going on and helping and assisting. But around 2015, for me at least, and for a number of us, we heard statistics like you mentioned earlier, and it was staggering. Because my idea of, even though those pantries existed, was that we were Iowa. And so with the assistance of the Food Bank of Iowa, we were guided into more ways to help. And so from a single food pantry, there was then a food rescue, then there was the mobile food pantry that the Kiwanis run, and then a box, sort of a drive-by every other month that we could give to people. And the school pantry started by students, and there's a food rescue and another individual effort at church that has now done a backpack program. And in that interim, and pre-COVID, we realized that we have to work together. So collaboration became key. We started something called the Hunger Dialogue, and which we have to start again because we were sort of operating in emergency measures during COVID, but where we talked and said, oh, you're doing this, we're doing this, and that collaboration becomes so key. And one thing we noticed was that if you couldn't make it to a food pantry, that was a demographic that wasn't being served. So with St. Mark Lutheran Church and Salud, we teamed up to hit that demographic and started something called Friends with Food. And so we started in the midst of the pandemic and immediately got about 35 names, and it continues to grow, 35 households, I should say. And now we once a month deliver to between 75 and 80. It takes the entire community, volunteers on all fronts, as you all know very well. So we love to see that creativity that's happening in our communities. There's a gentleman who's a farmer. He's retired, but he He plants gardens on his acres, and he says it's free for the taking. So coordinating all those efforts becomes a challenge.
Well, it does take a village. I think we all realize that we cannot operate in a bubble. We rely on community support, and Storm Lake does do, Buena Vista does do a good job of pulling all the voices together. Pete is here from Waterloo, and Pete's also new to Iowa, moved back to Iowa 3 months ago and jumped right into food pantry work. I think it's very brave of you.
Thank you.
Pete.
Thank you.
And so you're here from Waterloo. Waterloo, the food pantry there does a huge amount for that community. So if you'll introduce yourself and your organization and tell us about what you're seeing in Waterloo.
Sure. So I'm Pete Pazor from the Cedar Valley Food Pantry, a program of the Northeast Iowa Food Bank. It started back in 1981 when they noticed that there was a need for food. John Deere was downsizing, Rath Packaging was downsizing and eventually closed, which meant there was an emergency food need back in that area. So then Operation Threshold helped start the food pantry there in the Cedar Valley area, which now is Northeast Iowa Food Bank. Mm-hmm. So pre-COVID, there was probably about 3,000 people per month coming in, and basic needs of everybody, what they needed at that time.
And you're open all day? You're open every day?
So we're open Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. till 3, and then Friday we're open 9 till noon, and then Friday we do something unique. It's called the Produce and Perishable Pantry, where people can come in and get fresh produce and perishables to make it through the weekend.
You're open almost every weekday, and you're seeing about 3,000.
We were pre-COVID.
Okay.
And then during COVID, we were basically, closed the pantry down itself, just doing curbside. And we were doing a lot of evenings for that and boxed items and things like that. Now, since March, April, we're seeing about 4,400 people a month. And it's just...
That's a 50% increase.
Yeah. We, like in our intake, you can definitely tell and see new people every day, and the biggest thing is we just can't make it with the cost of food and the cost of gas and, kids were not in school. Like you said, it was harder to feed these kids. We have families with 3, 4, 5 kids. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it matters if they're boys or girls or babies or anything. They like to eat. Yeah. So, and once again, we have husbands and wives that work. They just cannot make it,
So what do you think's driving food insecurity? I think you touched upon it, Pete, but what's causing this tsunami of need that we're seeing today in the state of Iowa?
Well, once again, it is like the rising cost of food and the rising cost of gas and just the everyday expense of living is probably the biggest thing. SNAP program, we've talked about that. It's decreased quite immensely. For those who used to get free and reduced lunches, might not get that anymore. So now with school starting, that might be a big issue. It's just, there's so many factors, I think. But
yeah, the SNAP program, that was a big change. Mm-hmm. During COVID, the federal government, as long as we had a public health disaster proclamation in place for the state of Iowa, the federal government was supplementing SNAP benefits into the state of Iowa to the tune of about $20 million a month.
Yeah.
And when that public health proclamation for the state of Iowa, when that was not renewed, starting April 1st, the federal government pulled back on that $20 million of SNAP benefit that people were receiving over the course of COVID, kept a lot of people afloat for those many months. They're now, many households, some households lost as much as $300 a month in benefits. Mm-hmm. They're now, back into a position where they have to rely on the food pantry more and more.
I've heard so many people say they're receiving $20 now a month instead of whatever it was.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I talked to a young lady who lost that $20
Yes.
because she got a raise at the nursing home, and she said, you'd be amazed what I could do with $20. Mm-hmm. So there's a cliff there. Di, what do you think is driving the need in your community?
Well, we see an aging population, and definitely at Friends with Food, I'd say over half of our clientele are elderly. I think the displacement of peoples as well. We are a town that, as you mentioned, we have many different ethnicities. It's a wonderful thing. But there are people coming in that are asylees, they're refugees, they're immigrants, And that takes some acclimation, takes some time to get grounded. And so we continue to have that, and that shows up in our statistics a lot.
Anna Very, what's the population of Storm Lake today?
I was afraid you would ask that.
I wouldn't either.
It's on the books as 10,000. We think it's probably pushing up to 15,000.
Interesting. Crystal, in your opinion, and you come from an Iowa City perspective, so from rural to the city, and Iowa City, I think of Iowa City as being very well educated, and you've got the university, and you have excellent health care there. So it might be, what do you think is driving the food insecurity in your community?
We have an abundance of resources in Johnson County and Iowa City, but I believe it's the same thing. Like Pete said, it's the inflation and prices of literally everything. Also, we've seen an increased homeless population because of the price of rent. We also have a very high mental illness population, but gas prices, food prices, SNAP benefits being reduced, that's when everything really started to increase dramatically, is when SNAP benefits got reduced.
So we'll move from Iowa City back rural again to Fort Dodge. And Melanie, what do you think is driving the need in your county?
Well, I just feel like it was the perfect storm. They took away those extra dollars from families, and then, you know, gas had almost gone up $2 a gallon, and then that increased everything. Everything went up then, you know, your cost of groceries, your air conditioning, your rent, your heat. I mean, every bill went up 20%, 30%. I mean, people just couldn't, you know, stretch it anymore.
Well, and I continue to hear across Iowa, whether it's rural or in the city, that affordable housing is a problem. Access to daycare and being able to pay for daycare, transportation, whether you're urban or rural, those continue to be challenges for Iowans. And then access to broadband, Wi-Fi, so you can work from anywhere, continues to be a problem. Pastor, Reverend, what are you seeing in your community, and what do you think is driving the need?
And I believe, like I said, in the same thing as Pete. I mean, we're dealing with the same thing: gas, the price of gas, inflation. Even when we look at the aspect of employment, you know, when people that are working, what's interesting in our area, because we have a lot of people working at restaurants and things like that, but the restaurants are closing at 7, 8 o'clock. So they're not getting the same amount of hours that they used to get before. So that's less money that they're bringing into their home. So it's been a really interesting dynamic, because, you know, you go anywhere in where we live in Davenport, and you literally will not be able to get anything to eat after 8 o'clock. You know what I mean? And I don't know about anywhere else, but it's really, really bad. So these employees, they're not able to work. They're not able to make money. They're not able to. So what I see is those people coming to the pantry saying, you know, they only gave me 30 hours this week, or even employers that's only allowing people to work 30 hours or 32 hours to not give them full time. You know what I mean? It's just so much of a dynamic when it comes to that. And then even when you think the challenges that we face so much is just having enough items in our pantry itself. I mean, we work with River Bend. We're fortunate because we border, and I don't know, you know, I don't want to say Illinois in this Iowa setting, but
we like our neighbors.
So Illinois is right across the bridge from us over in the Quad City area in Davenport. And one of the interesting things is we partnered with an agency in Illinois to be able to get more items, because that's the biggest thing. We were talking about this earlier. You go in one day, and after one day of the pantry, everything is gone off the shelves. And then you have to get everything again, and it's just, for the next time, and just that challenge. And then even, like I said, getting enough volunteers to come in to help. And again, it's volunteer work. I think Di was saying getting paid to do something like this, but it's a challenge to get those people to come in that are committed to this work, because it's work. It's not, and me coming especially from a religious perspective, churches, everybody has this perception of churches that we got all kind of money and we're just, you know, we're keeping it all to ourselves. You know what I mean? But the reality is we give more than we get, and that's a challenge when you're trying to buy things to be able to fill your shelves, or even get donated items. Because unpopular as it is, people don't like donating to churches, you know what I mean? Because they feel like, again, they've got everything. So it's a plethora of things that's happening right now, especially in our area.
Well, that's interesting you say that. From the food bank perspective, I'm one of 6 food banks that serve from Feeding America that provide the food for all of you. And we have agreed that we're having some of the same challenges. We're not getting the retail donations that we got before COVID, the wholesale donations. Those organizations have shareholders that they need to answer to. They're tightening down as well. Meanwhile, the orders we're seeing from you, double, triple. So we've doubled our truck routes. We've added staff in the warehouse. It takes more resources from all of us to meet the need. Melanie, are you getting what you need to do your job in Fort Dodge?
Well, I have fantastic volunteers. I can't complain there. I have help, but like you said, when you're open one day and I'm ready to see 35 people and I'm seeing 50. So I mean, they're going home, the first person maybe got, frozen meat. That last person is like, I'm sorry, I'm out of eggs, I'm out of meat, I'm out of bread. Do you still want pantry? And they're like, yes. So, I mean.
Take what we can get.
Yeah, exactly. We just, you never know day to day. Are you going to have 30 or are you going to have 50? So, you plan for the numbers and kind of hope for the best. But we have great volunteers. Our community has really stepped up in this time, and we're getting financial support and donations, and we've got a lot of farmers and just home gardeners bringing us produce. And so from that aspect, we have a lot of support there, but just trying to get the food back on the shelves for the next time, that's the struggle sometimes.
But I think that's Iowa. I'm born and raised here, but Iowans help Iowans, and I think we're very fortunate in that we do have community support. We also believe that we ought to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. But my dad, Marv Book, says that's okay as long as you own a pair of boots. You can do that. So we're in the business of helping people with boots.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're getting them boots. So Crystal, are you getting what you need in order to help your community to the extent necessary?
We always have food in the warehouse. It's specific things sometimes that we can't get, or can't get enough of. It's like what Michelle said. The first person will get some, but then at 4 o'clock when the last person comes through the door, they may be gone.
So are you finding that people are lining up hours before you open?
Yes.
It's funny. I actually was talking about this earlier. We open typically at noon, other than on Thursdays and Saturdays. We open at 9:30. I go to work at 7:30 and we will have people waiting. This morning I got there at 7 because I was meeting early to come here, and there was already a person there. And
It's 5 hours before the doors open, but they've lined up to ensure that they can get milk, eggs, and meat for their families.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's been a discussion within our food bank for a long time as to what we can do to sort of ease that. And honestly, I don't have a good answer, but.
There must be significant need if you're going to stand that camp out front for 5 hours to get milk, eggs, bread, some canned goods. That's a 5-hour investment of time in order to get that.
A lot of folks that come, we see a lot of the same folks on the same day every week because people can shop once a week. And sometimes I do think they come for that reason, but also they've made friends, and
it's a
now
social
they come
thing.
to socialize. There's always going to be issues within the line of people outside the door, but we have more days than not where there aren't issues, and so I think it's a sense of community as well for them. Disheartening that they feel they need to do such, but it serves a purpose for them in some way. So,
well, folks that live in this place of poverty have a scarcity mindset. Many do, especially when it comes to food. So when they have access to food, studies show that they will eat as much as they can or take as much as they can because there is worry about tomorrow. I live in this place of scarcity. How do I get enough to take care of myself and my family? So we do see that play out in our food pantries across the state where folks, it's survival, a matter of survival. Di, do you have what you need? Are you getting what you need in your community to do the good work that you do?
I think we're really blessed to have a generous community and partners that give generously. But we run into, on a smaller scale, the same things that you've just described. For the mobile food pantry, people do line up 3 hours ahead of time. And even when they're told at the end of the line, all that's left is this and this, it's okay. They'll still take it. Now, for our little slice, Friends with Food, we have the privilege, our intention was, we call the families, we know the families, we call them, we say, we're coming, we order that amount of food, and it goes out. Our intent was never to have a pantry. However, once the word is out, people call, or people stop by, and just yesterday, a woman called me and was asking about the Friends with Food, and I said, well, tell you what, we're going to deliver in a week. Can you wait? She said, no, I can't wait.
Right.
I said, come on over. So now we have a pantry, trying to work and not be in competition with those that have a regular pantry.
But filling a gap.
Filling a gap.
Filling a gap.
Exactly.
Yeah. No matter how,
No
matter how much you try to stick to certain things, when somebody comes to you and they're in need, and even though it may not be something you would typically do, it's awfully hard to say no when you're wanting to help. And it's not that they're asking anything we can't provide or can't do, which makes it just makes it difficult to turn them away, which we don't do.
To operate with somebody like, I think of Pastor Dave Kebschel, who's scarcity isn't on his, there's always abundance, and we will share and we will give. But also that collaboration. So when I'm giving to this family, I say, now next week is the mobile food pantry over there. So building each other up, and I think it's okay if they're tapping several.
Well, and we encourage it.
Yeah, we do too.
We have I have a handout of all the food pantries, all their hours. So, and if we're closed and they come knocking on my door, I'm like, these guys are open. You can go there right now. And
great.
Yeah, that's something that's been really interesting in our area the shameless plug of Riverbend Food Bank, they call us every time. They have somebody that's devoted to that within the food bank that calls us whenever there's like a community partner or we had a car dealership that put together a food drive, and they had 150 pasta boxes, and they called us and said, hey, can you come and get these? Now, we didn't have the transportation really to load all those boxes up, but what I did was I grabbed 3 teenagers and myself, and it took us about 5 trips, but we got all those boxes. But it was really interesting, because when you have those food banks that are committed to the work that you're doing, they know what you're doing, they know the area that you're in, and they know the people that you're serving. And I agree, when you have somebody that comes, it's just so hard to just turn somebody away. It's not that a person looks hungry, it's just that they are when they come, and we want to do what we can to help. So
it's not easy to ask for help, right?
It's not.
And especially Iowans are proud people. So when somebody does ask for help, I believe they need it.
One of my phrases I used to say, you can't be prideful and hungry at the same time.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Pete, your food pantry is associated, it's right there along with Northeast Iowa Food Bank, which is a really interesting model. And I assume you have access to all the resources from the Northeast Iowa Food Bank, very progressive food bank. Do you have the resources you feel that you need? Is the community supportive? Oh, yeah. Do you get the volunteers necessary? Because you're open a lot of hours.
Yeah. I'm going to use the same words as you. I feel like we're blessed. I really do. Volunteers, we've had wonderful volunteers. We've had volunteers for a long time stay with us. We have many of the people, our clients who come in, know the volunteers, and they're excited to see the volunteers. We have a gentleman who's worked there for 10 years, I believe. His name is Leo. Everybody loves Leo. Is Leo in today? Can we see Leo?
Is Leo watching today?
I hope so, because Leo is a very big asset to our pantry. He knows what he's doing, and everybody really cares for Leo. We are doing okay, I believe. We have a great community. We have distribution centers like Target, that help us out quite a bit. Tyson's helps us out quite a bit. You know, and then those food rescue places that we also have. So we are very fortunate that way. I will kind of circle back here a little bit and say, we have had people even who've donated food, like as individuals to the pantry, who have come in now and say, I used to be one of these people that were able to contribute, and now I have to be here. And they're on tears.
Yeah.
You know, and my biggest thing is that's what we're here for. Don't ever feel like you're doing anything bad or taking advantage of anything. That's what we're here for. And I've had people say, I wish you had a back door I could come into because I know some of these people and I feel so horrible. You know, and to reassure them, I'm like, you are in the same boat as a lot of people. Don't ever feel ashamed. Don't ever feel like you shouldn't be here. And none of us are going to criticize you or say anything. And that's, you know, what we try to do. But
I think that's common across the state of Iowa with the 6 Feeding America food banks, with our 1,200 partner agencies that we work with, that we're here to help fellow Iowans. And I would say anybody listening today, if you know somebody that needs help, please reach out. Our association website, the Association for the Food Banks in Iowa, their website will give you an idea of where to go. Go to the individual food bank website. If you're in central Iowa, you can go to foodbankiowa.org, and you will find partners within a few miles of you. So I encourage people, if you can help, seek help today. This is why we're here. So, Reverend, when you think about today, tomorrow, we try to stay, we're told we need to focus in the present, stay in the moment. But when you're food banking and doing food pantry work, it's impossible to stay in the moment because you're constantly thinking about what's next, what's tomorrow, what's the need going to look like. So what do you think the need looks like going into the fall of this year and into 2023?
I believe it's going to be greater. I mean, we have a number of food pantries in the area. I know particularly, as I think I was explaining earlier, we're in that corridor where there's a lot of like homeless shelters and places like that. And I just know that I believe that the number is going to go up. You know what I mean? Because I noticed the last few years that I've been doing pantries and things like that, that especially during the holiday season, you know, people are coming in. And as Pete, you were saying, you know, we partner with Target as well in our area. They give us 100 turkeys, you know, during Thanksgiving and during Christmas. So it's like those people will be coming, and a lot more people will be coming just specifically to even meet that need, just to say, I want to have a holiday dinner with my family. You know what I mean? So I believe the number will go up significantly. I mean, we're committed to trying to grow and being and getting more items to be able to offer, because we were doing 3 days a week, but we had to push it back to 2 just because our volunteers, we didn't have enough people. But now our volunteers are being more active. We've partnered with some youth basketball programs, and it's always good to have 10 young, strong 16-year-olds, you know, being able to help you move boxes and do all that stuff. So, but I believe the number will go up significantly. I mean, I don't see it slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, Pete, your thought on that?
I feel the same way. I feel like it's just going to keep increasing throughout the end of this year, possibly into next year. It really just depends on, you know, the economy, what's going on with inflation, things like that.
The election.
The election has a big thing to do with it, of course. But in the future, it would be nice if all of us didn't have this type of job.
Yeah, we'll talk about that before we close up today. Melanie, what's the rest of the year look like for you in going into 2023?
Well, I agree. Our numbers every month, like I've tracked them, and they just go up and up and up and up every month. It gets more and more. Like I went from doubling the amount of food we give out to now I'm close to tripling the amount of food I'm giving out a month.
Triple.
Yeah, I'm getting close to tripling it. Yeah.
This is Food Bank of Iowa's 40th year, this September of 2022. And our May was the biggest month we'd had in 40 years. And then June was bigger than that. And then July was bigger than June. And August has been the biggest month we've had in 40 years. And we anticipate also an escalation. Are you seeing that as well, Crystal?
Yeah, I anticipate it's going to continue to grow quickly. We add over 100 new households a month. So I think it's just going to continue.
Speak up. Did I hear you say you add 100 households a month?
Yeah, last month we added 150.
Wow. Wow, 150.
Yeah, that's what I said when I saw the number 2. I was like, really?
Whoa, holy cow.
But I'm glad.
Yeah, well, it's.
I'm glad that they know we're there, is what I'm grateful for.
Di, what are you sensing will happen in Storm Lake, Buena Vista County area as we go into the fall, winter, and next year?
Well, I think just like the rest of the panelists said, it's a time of generosity, and families want to be generous with their family members. And so that, it always becomes greater then. All the things that you've mentioned about the economy and the scarcity of things, the prices of things going up, but even in rural Iowa, we keep an eye on the globe because what's happening in other countries is going to end up on our doorstep. So those things impact us too, and it's always sort of an unknown, but we've learned to live with that and open our doors and open our pantries.
Well, we just had settled refugees from Afghanistan. We're settling refugees from Ukraine. I am proud to be an Iowan, and our state is open. We're open for business and we're open to help. I'd like to retire. I hope my board members aren't watching. But I'd like to think we're working ourselves out of a job here. Do you see a time when home delivery, food pantry, when we're not necessary? Is there a day when food pantries, feeding sites, serving seniors, when that would not be necessary? Thus, food banks wouldn't be necessary and I could retire. But what does that look like? How do we get to that place? Will we ever get to that place? And if you believe maybe we can, how do we get there? And I think this is a big question to kind of pull our discussion today together, tie a bow on it. But Reverend, if we were to solve food insecurity and I could retire and walk my dog and sleep in, what it would look like to get there?
You're giving me a very difficult question. You know, because I see this so much, you know, you see urban gardening. I know many places in Davenport, I'm seeing gardens pop up. There's a garden right down the street from where we are, you know, and people are growing things. It's actually right next to a homeless shelter, you know, so I can see where things like that are happening, you know what I mean? I'll be hard pressed to say that there will be a time that it won't be needed. You know what I mean? Because it's just so much that happens in this world. Again, will we ever figure out the economy? Will inflation ever go away? Will politics change and how people view things? This part of Iowa, that part of Iowa, this part of town, that part of town. It's so many different things. So I would be hard pressed to say that there will be a time. I have hope for it, but I don't get paid for it like you do. So I think for me, I you know, of course, I do it as a labor of love. The interesting thing about our pantry, I do it kind of in homage to my mother, because my mother passed away years ago, and she was a giving person, you know. So we kind of do it as in her name. And her name is Cordelia. So we do that as a way to be able to honor her and be able to give back to something in her name. So, you know, for me, of course, I wouldn't want it to go because it's something in her name. But at the same time, I would love to see a day when that happens.
I feel like Cordelia will be with us forever, regardless. So I come from a long line of farm folk, and we grew up in that victory garden mentality. You talk about gardening, and my great-grandmother, they would go to the store to get sugar, flour, and coffee. Otherwise, everything they needed was there. There was a garden, there was a hog to butcher, a fat calf, there was a milk cow, chickens, eggs. They knew how to preserve their food. And even when I was in high school, every boy in my high school, they either knew how to pull a calf or deliver a litter of hogs. And they did chores before they came. But so much of that farm life has changed, and it's become big agriculture. Our agrarian society is gone, and thus our ability to really be self-sustaining. So back to the garden mentality, I think is a is a wonderful idea and something we should be working toward. Melanie?
Well, I'm a pessimist. I don't think we'll ever get there. And you know, every 4 years the government changes, so they give, they take it away. You know, it depends on their beliefs and what they want to see for our social services. I mean, that changes, and you know, we're never going to get rid of mental health. We're never going to get rid of, you know, someone losing their spouse who's the breadwinner. I mean, there's always going to be a need, you know, and if we ever would be out of a job, there are still going to be people who need. So where are they going to go? What are they going to do? So I don't feel like we're ever going to get rid of it. There's too many variables, like you said, in human nature. I mean, I had a lady who came in, they lost their business because of COVID, and she lost her husband, and she had 6 children. And every time she came in, she cried. You know, I mean, how do you how do you not have a place for someone like that? You know, she had everything she wanted a year before. She had all the money in the world, you know, to buy food, and all of a sudden she didn't. So I think there's too much unpredictability in the world.
Life can change in just a
absolutely
split second.
Right, and that's why we're here.
Yeah. So Crystal, is there a time when food pantries and food banks won't be necessary?
I don't foresee it. I describe my job as bittersweet, right? Because I love what I do, but wish we didn't have to do it. But I'm with you. Things change all the time, and you just never know who's going to be in need or what need they're going to have. And as a community and as a state, we want to help each other. And if we're all helpers, there's always going to be someone to help. So I don't foresee it going away in my lifetime.
Pete, you wanted to answer this question earlier. So jump in. What are your thoughts?
Well, I just think, you know, the biggest thing is we all have to be advocates. We all have to put our voices out there, whether it's contacting the local government or, you know, contacting you or other members and telling them our needs and our problems and things like that, and just getting the word out there that there still is a big demand for food, you know, and it's not going to go away. And unfortunately, like you said, it's bittersweet. We love our jobs, but it's unfortunately we have to be what we're doing. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, you know, and the bad thing is there's so much food out there really that goes to waste. Think about it, you know, sometimes we get food in that is only lasting a day and we can't do anything with it. I think there needs to be some type of a movement or some type of a training for those who want to donate fresh things, more product codes, or I don't know, something that is going to help everybody. Because once again, I think there's so much waste out there, and it's a shame. It really is. And there are the means. It's just, how do we get there?
There's organizations, like I reached out to our local Hy-Vee and said, you know, we get rescue food from Target, we get rescue food from Fairway, and they go, I'm sorry, we don't do that. We throw it all away.
We're working on that.
I know.
I'm working on that.
That just makes my stomach turn. It's like, they go, it's a liability issue. I go, it's not for the other agencies. And they go, oh, we have to contact our lawyers. And it's so frustrating to hear that they're throwing this away.
Well, I am hard on it. I commit to you.
Excellent.
We will get there. So food waste is an issue, and thank you for pointing that out. And Feeding America was built. Food banking started on the premise of keeping food out of landfills and getting it to folks that were hungry. So that's where we started 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and here we are today. So it is a big part of what Feeding America food banks do. We have great national partnerships with Walmart, Target, Aldi,
Fairway.
Whole Foods. Fairway locally has been a great partner for us, and we Come and Go, another one. And we're working to bring others on, but we are constantly working on this. But to your point, advocacy, if you get a chance to talk to your legislator, not even if you get a chance, just do it. Be proactive, reach out. Legislators' information, their email address are posted. It's publicly available information. Send them a note. There are a lot of public call forums that are taking place now as we lead up to the November elections. Show up, ask them, talk to them about food insecurity and poverty. Food insecurity and poverty go hand in hand. We can't solve food insecurity if we don't solve poverty. And Di, your thoughts, are we going to solve this problem? And if so, how do we do it?
Well, I was raised with, and you'll recognize this, Pastor, the poor, the hungry you will always have with you. And along with that is your ongoing obligation. But I think what we're doing is getting better at blurring those lines between the providers and the receivers. And we're getting more creative, we're preserving dignity, we're finding ways to do that that empowers, doesn't enable, and that's sort of exciting. But underneath that is the fact that, yes, we'll always have a need.
For those listening today, if you know somebody who needs help, please reach out, find the agency, the food pantry, the feeding site nearest you. If you are a family fortunate enough that you're meeting your needs and you can help another family, again, work with your local pantry, work with your food bank to provide your time, your funds. Thank you for being part of the conversation today. And I would ask you, last but not least, please talk about food insecurity with your friends, your family, and at your churches and at your places of business. Continue to help build awareness for the plight of those who are struggling to make ends meet. And thank you very much for the panelists who drove from their communities into Des Moines to be with all of you today.
Earlier today, I had the honor of sitting on a panel discussing the past, present, and future of the Iowa Hunger Summit. As the Foundation's archivist and historian, I feel fortunate to be part of a team that values both the history of the World Food Prize Foundation and the contributions of staff and volunteers that have created lasting impacts. I've been given some time to expand on the history of the Iowa Hunger Summit, and it is my pleasure to share some additional insight into the early years of the program. I would be remiss if I went any further without recognizing the contributions of our President Emeritus, Ambassador Kenneth Quinn. In 2006, when Governors Vilsack, Branstad, and Ray came together to support the idea for an Iowa Hunger Summit, Ambassador Quinn worked closely alongside them to make the vision a reality, turning the dream of a true bipartisan event that brought in people from nonprofits, businesses, governments, and religious institutions together to end hunger and turn that into a reality. Ambassador Quinn's work in the establishment of the Hunger Directory and the Robert D. Ray Iowa Shares Humanitarian Award, alongside his dedicated staff and other community leaders, elevated the work of our local hunger-fighting leaders and show that while not everyone may win the World Food Prize, the World Food Prize Foundation values and recognizes the grassroots efforts of those working hard to make changes in our local community. We thank Ambassador Quinn for leading these efforts and for the legacy that we are still living here 15 years later. I'd now like to transition to the White House Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. The first and only White House Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health was convened by then President Richard Nixon in December of 1969, with a goal of putting an end to hunger in America. The previous decade had brought about so much social and cultural change, as well as an increased awareness of the large scale of malnutrition and hunger that affected the most vulnerable Americans. The first White House conference was a pivotal moment that brought about many of the federal feeding programs that we have today. The conference was essentially two conferences in one. One part focused on both on nutrition and the other focused on hunger. Over 3 days, 2,700 attendees reviewed approximately 1,800 recommendations that had been put together by a variety of experts in the field, from scientists to government officials to social activists. They were compiled and sent to President Richard Nixon as part of a full report. Of those 1,800 recommendations, nearly 3/4 were implemented within 2 years. It was a true example of bipartisan policy success. Some of the most recognizable programs to emerge or be improved upon as a result of the conference include SNAP, WIC, and school meal programs, both lunch and breakfast programs. Awareness about nutrition and hunger post-White House conference became a permanent part of public conversation around health, malnutrition, and food insecurity in the United States. 53 years later, in 2022, we've made progress, but also find ourselves as a nation facing a new set of nutritional crises, as Jackie mentioned earlier, including diet-related obesity, diabetes, and a disparity in access to and affordability of nutritious food. Now more than ever, more Americans are able to access food, but too few are able to afford or obtain the nutritious foods they need to lead a healthy life. The upcoming White House conference on on hunger, nutrition, and health is an opportunity to correct course once again and allow us to reprioritize food security and access to nutritious foods as part of our federal policy-making process. Due to the shocks of COVID-19, climate change, and global conflict, we've lost much of the progress that we've made in the fight against hunger. We hope this White House conference and the subsequent action plan will shepherd in new changes in policies to help support Americans and reposition the United States as a leader in global food security. It's been very invigorating to see the excitement and engagement levels around the event from Iowa and across the country. The next session will focus on feedback we received from Iowans as part of our preparation for the White House conference. But it's going to be very important to note that we spoke with students and stakeholders from across the country, sometimes as part of our youth institutes, including students in Florida and Black students at Tuskegee University, to better understand how hunger and diet affect them, their communities, and families as well. The idea of hosting these listening sessions and the importance of getting the thoughts from Americans to listening ears within the government, as mentioned earlier today, is something that the World Food Prize has been proud to be a part of, and we'll send it to our youth team to tell you a little bit more about the World Food Prize's participation in this process and what we learned.
Great. Thank you so much, Kate. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are so excited to be able to talk to you about the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. We have engaged our partners this summer, youth, students, and some of our alums from our internships and fellowship programs, to really hear what communities are experiencing on the ground level in regards to hunger and nutrition and diet-related diseases. So we're incredibly excited to be able to share insights from those listening sessions, particularly our listening session that we did with our Iowa partners. And before we get started today, I just want to introduce myself and allow my team of presenters today to introduce themselves. So my name is John Wogman. I am the Senior Program Manager with the Global Youth Programs and Partnership team here at the World Food Prize Foundation. And I'm excited to be able to be joined by my colleagues AT and Austin today, who are just wonderful ambassadors to ending hunger, and certainly were instrumental to our listening sessions that we did with students and our partners this summer.
Hi, everyone. My name's Abigail Turner. I am a youth program coordinator with Global Programs and Partnerships here at the World Food Prize Foundation. I had the pleasure of facilitating several of these sessions over the summer, both at Alabama and at Florida, and learned a great deal. I'd also like to pass it over to our colleague Austin, who's joining us virtually today.
Thank you, AT. My name is Austin Castillo-Leovon. I am the program coordinator for the Global Youth Programs and Partnerships. To be honest, it has been amazing to be able to facilitate these listening sessions. A couple of things that I really learned is we have to elevate the youth's voice. They're so powerful and so important. That's kind of the biggest takeaway that I got from facilitating some of these listening sessions. To continue on, AT, John, and I, like he mentioned, are members of the youth team at the World Food Prize Foundation, and our work is centered around educating and empowering young leaders to end hunger. Throughout the summer, the three of us supported listening sessions from our youth programs, alumni from the World Food Prize alumni programs, and our Iowa partners. So this summer, there have been hundreds of listening sessions held all over the country, and there has been thousands of comments submitted to the White House by individuals. The White House has prioritized efforts to hear directly from people with lived experience with hunger. If you are interested in sharing comments, you can do so through the conference website. As we dove into this process, we thought it was really important to provide space for our partners to critically think about food security and public health issues in the U.S., uplift and amplify solutions to hunger from our partners, especially those who currently work in food security and aid spaces and/or have lived experience with hunger, and be an active partner organization in efforts to bring about solutions to end domestic hunger. You know, these goals are aligned with the White House's goals to end hunger by 2030. A central focus of the listening sessions and the White House conference has been these 5 pillars. So one of them being improve food access and affordability. This is including increasing participation in food assistance programs and improving transportation. Integrate nutrition and health, including disease prevention and improving healthcare system to better address nutritional needs. Empowering consumers to make and have access to healthy choices. So we want to foster environments that enable all people to easily make informed, healthy choices, increase access to food and healthy food, make it easier for people to engage in physical activity, enhance nutrition and food security research focused on metrics, data collection, particularly on issues related to equity, food access, and disparities. I'm going to pass it back to AT to talk about our process in engaging our partners in the listening sessions.
Thanks so much, Austin, and thank you for that great overview getting us kicked off in the session. I'm going to touch on our process for engaging our stakeholders a little bit. So over the summer, we held 4 different listening sessions with different stakeholder groups. We engaged starting off with our youth institutes at Tuskegee University in Alabama and then at the University of Florida. This was to hear directly from students about their experiences and what they see in their communities regarding hunger and health. So we also engaged our alumna of our fellowships and our internship programs through the World Food Prize Foundation to hear from student leaders that work in the anti-hunger world to see their experiences and thoughts as well. And then, being based in Iowa, we engaged our anti-hunger organizations of the states and their leaders to find out more about their view as well. And that happened back in early August. Throughout these listening sessions, we asked stakeholders these key questions. Firstly, how has hunger or dietary-related diseases impacted your community? We asked what specific actions the U.S. federal government, local, state, and tribal governments, nonprofit, and community groups should take to achieve each of the 5 pillars. Actions should include specific policy and/or programmatic ideas and ways to fund those ideas. We also asked them what barriers there were to achieving those goals. We asked what opportunities for public and private sector partnerships were available to help achieve the pillars. Additionally, we asked the innovative and successful activities already happening in local and state communities around the nation that can help influence actions taken at the federal level. Finally, we asked people what solutions they thought would end hunger. So after we gathered all these insights from stakeholder groups, we summarized the key themes and insights, and we shared them with the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. And now, we want to hear from you. We want to know how hunger or dietary-related diseases have impacted you or your community. So we have a lovely chat feature. Like Kyle mentioned earlier, the default is set to chatting directly to panelists. So just switch it over to everyone. Take a minute to collect your thoughts, and feel free to share with the group. Once again, that question was how hunger or dietary-related diseases has impacted you or your communities. Thank you in advance to everyone who is going to be sharing responses and insights with their experiences. It's obvious that hunger is still a persistent problem that has both short and long-term ramifications for our communities. As we continue through the session, please feel free to keep sharing your thoughts, ideas, or even questions in that group chat. And now I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague John to share some of the key themes from our listening sessions.
Great, thanks AT. And yeah, as I'm thinking about these insights that we're going to share, I think it's really important to remember that in 1969, that first White House conference was so impactful that like 75% of the recommendations that came out of it resulted in programs or policies. And I think we're really hopeful that this year's conference will result in a similar outcome where we'll have meaningful impact and really driving to eradicate hunger by 2030. So from the listening session, I'm going to start by talking about our listening session with our Iowa partners and be able to share that with y'all. The cool thing about this is we are about to submit that report. So you actually get to hear the feedback, the insights first. We'll be able to take your insights from the questions that AT just asked you and one I'm going to ask you in a bit, and be able to add that as an addendum. So we're being able to share our listening session with the community of our Iowa partners, and then be able to further strengthen the community voice that's going to the White House. So we thank you for being able to participate, and definitely make sure that you submit your thoughts in the chat. So from the listening session, we heard about the impact that hunger and the lack of access to nutritious food was having in communities throughout Iowa, and wanted to share a couple of these responses. So families and these are all going to be direct quotes. So families in my community sometimes have to trade off paying for rent, medicine, or food. This creates very unstable home lives, especially for children. So many new families are coming to our pantry in need of food. With all the recent changes, we're serving more individuals than ever before. And certainly that is very much aligned with the conversation we've been having today about food insecurity in Iowa and just the surge of people needing resources from emergency food systems. Another quote here is, "My family has faced diet-related disease that have significantly shortened lives and created economic hardships." So we see the intersection of health and poverty there. Here in the US Midwest, I've seen how inadequate food access leads to poor diet quality, increasing my community's risk of non-communicable nutrition-related diseases like diabetes. And diabetes is a huge concern for the public health community, and it's certainly an epidemic in this country. And then wealth disparities in my community are highly correlated with racial disparities. Black folks in my community are hungrier and worse off than white communities. And certainly this is aligned with the national data where Black communities and Hispanic communities are 2 to 3 times as likely to experience food insecurity as white families. And then my students miss class and have a harder time scoring well on assessments when food insecurity distracts them. And certainly, how can you be expected to excel in school if you're not able to have the proper nutrition or stay focused? So there were many more themes that came out of our conversations. These were some of the resonating topics that came from the question that AT asked as we facilitated those conversations with our Iowa partners. And of course, in addition to the problems that were illustrated through and illuminated through our conversations, we also heard lots of solutions. And I think it's really important that we focus both on what are the problems that communities are experiencing, and then also what are the solutions and resources that communities are self-identifying that they need. So we heard from our partners about how they would address hunger. They would increase food access in urban and rural areas. Both the aspect of transportation and the lack of grocery stores was a prevalent problem for our Iowa partners. And they saw that in their communities and then with service providers for folks who are receiving services and participants in programs. Also, expand federal programs like the Child Tax Credit, WIC, and SNAP. And then also potentially create new programs like baby bonds programs, being able to bring financial resources to families who are experiencing poverty. It's crucial to be able to end hunger and really think about these issues on an intersectional lens. Be able to incentivize local food cooperatives, invest in local food systems and local supply chains. Some of our participants mentioned that some of the more local food systems were less affected by the supply chain crisis during COVID. And that's because the resources were all coming from like local supply chains. So really thinking about how do you invest in Iowa, invest in our Iowa partners and local food systems in Iowa. And then also there's a lot of support for, of course, we're in Iowa, so supporting farmers and making sure that we're supporting small farmers so that they're able to, and small business owners so that they're able to sell their products and be able to get to market. And then also reducing risk for farmers so that if there are hailstorms, which we are prone to have in Iowa, that we're able to make sure that, that we're being able to support farmers and reduce risk there. Improving access to refrigeration for food banks and communities is a essential thing for a lot of our service providers. Not all food banks and not all food pantries have access to refrigeration, which limits the ability to provide fresh, nutritious produce and food. So investment there can be really critical. And then also increasing nutrition and food quality for school meals, being able to make sure that our students are able to get the quality food that allows them to stay focused and be active participants in school and learn and grow and be future leaders in the state of Iowa. Also, as mentioned, expanding infrastructure in regards to job quality, public transportation, access to grocery stores, and then also building up resources for backpack programs, for the Double Up Food Bucks programs to allow people experiencing poverty to purchase nutritious food, and then innovative programs like providing food and other resources at institutions and public institutions like public libraries, so being able to support those as well. So with that, we really appreciated getting to hear all of the solutions from our partners and really being able to hear what would be critical interventions in reducing both diet-related diseases and mitigating hunger. And more generally, as AT, Austin, and I talked with our students and partners and alums and folks all over the country, the themes that we are being able to connect with really focused on addressing the root causes of poverty, which is really intersecting with so many of the issues that we're talking about today at the Iowa Hunger Summit, being able to reduce the racial disparities that are prevalent around hunger issues, being able to support farmers and allow people to have better access to fresh produce, and then also, again, infrastructure, being able to invest in infrastructure for job quality, access to grocery stores to reduce low food access, and to build resources in community and increase the adequacy of federal benefits for folks who are experiencing poverty. And generally, I think a note here that was pretty consistent amongst all 4 of our listening sessions is that each group identified that hunger and poor health from diet-related disease were urgent issues in their communities, and that we need to do more, that we need to step up, we need to really leverage our collective of power to collaborate, to bring resources to communities, to listen to what the solutions are from communities, and to work together to bring about some change here. Because for students, for seniors experiencing food insecurity, and all the other communities who are experiencing hunger, it's a daily crisis that we need to address. And with that, as I mentioned before, we are going to take your insights and share them with the White House as well as our Iowa partners from earlier this summer. We would love to hear a couple of answers to some of these questions that we asked in our listening sessions. So in the chat box, again, to make sure to address it to everyone, what actions can the federal government take to end hunger? So what actions can the federal government take to end hunger? So if you take a second or two and provide a response there. And one more time, what actions can the federal government take to end hunger? And then I'll also ask a follow-up question on that. What other resources are needed to end hunger in Iowa? So thinking as a service provider or in your role or what you're seeing in your community or your own personal lived experience, what other resources are needed to end hunger in Iowa? And again, thank you for everyone who's already filled in the chat box. And if you're still working on your comments, feel free to keep them coming. We certainly want to make sure we are able to collect as many of your thoughts here. So yeah, just to recap, the first question was, what actions can the federal government take to end hunger? And then the second question was, what other resources are needed to end hunger in Iowa? And then I'm going to add a third question, so apologies here. As we are thinking about our programming at the World Food Prize Foundation for next year, are there any issues that we could bring resources or attention to? So earlier this year, we had a webinar on the child tax credit, and thinking about that and all of the topics we talked about today, what resources would you like us to bring more to resources or information to? So are there any topics that would be helpful to hear from us next year? So you can put that in the chat box as well. And I just want to thank all of our participants through all of our listening sessions, our students, our alums, our former fellows, and our partners throughout Iowa who provided so much important insight that is being passed on to the White House to help end hunger by 2030. And as we were closing out on our time today, definitely want to thank Austin for his facilitation skills, his working with youth and empowering youth, and AT as well for the work you do and making sure that we are striving to end hunger by 2030. And in closing, I just want to say that the White House Conference is September 28th. It's an invite-only conference, so we're still unsure about who's getting invited to it. It's also going to be live streamed on the White House's website. So we're going to share a link with you so you can follow along, get more information. There's going to be a toolkit that folks can have live stream parties or watch parties. So if you want to plan those, you can. And then we're also, the federal government is taking all these insights from all these listening sessions, and they're planning to release a federal action plan to end hunger by 2030. So that is going to be released sometime around the conference. All of the dialogue that's happening is really going to feed into that. And they're asking partner organizations to increase their impact in doing so by ending hunger by 2030. So you can follow along at the White House and also submit your plans on how you are planning to help end hunger by 2030 with the White House as well. And I just want to thank everyone again. We're really excited about the potential impact here. And we are going to turn it over to our virtual MC.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you so much to our amazing colleagues on the youth team for sharing that important information and bringing youth voices to the White House. Just wanted to let you know we have a couple of minutes until our next session. We know we've been going for a couple hours now, so if you need a snack, drink, water, coffee, whatever it is, now is a good time to do it. If you're still here and you're feeling fresh, then please continue to contribute your perspective and thoughts in the chat. As John mentioned, we do want to bring those topics and items to our White House reports from our Iowa stakeholders, and you are also an important voice in that process. We also encourage you to stay involved with the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. It's on September 28th, and there's lots of things leading up to keep following and be involved with. Also, we'd really encourage you to think about how you or your organization can take action alongside this federal action plan to help us all end hunger by 2030. In that session, you learned a little bit about our youth programs and met some of our youth program team, John, AT, and Austin, and had a little sneak peek into what they do every day. So I want to take some time to dive into those programs, tell you a little bit more about how we're engaging youth all over the world every day here at the World Food Prize. Our youth programs, the goal is to give space to students around the world to express their knowledge and interest, explore new opportunities, and be leaders in food and agriculture. You heard a little bit about our Florida and Alabama Youth Institutes in that last listening session section, and we actually hosted 28 youth institutes this year, both around the US, in 3 other countries, and we provided a virtual option for students all around the globe. Over 1,200 students directly participated in these programs, where they were able to visit universities or visit online, learn from experts, university faculty, and researchers in fields that they're interested in. For the Youth Institute, each student completes a global challenge paper where they choose a food security and sustainability topic and a country they're interested in, and they research the conditions of the country, the challenges they may be facing, and provide solutions and innovate to try and help them resolve their issues. Then, at the Youth Institute, they speak, they present, and show all of their research to their peers as well as to expert roundtables and receive personalized feedback for the work that they've been doing. And we're really focusing on trying to give them the opportunity to explore new paths and chart new ways forward, not only for those countries, but also for all of us. In addition to those 1,200 students in youth institutes, thousands others participated in a global challenge paper through our connections with educators. So they're also having the opportunity to embrace research and learn more about these important topics globally. In addition, we're really excited to be welcoming about 200, a little bit over 200 of those Youth Institute students to the Global Youth Institute in October of this year, where they will be continuing to develop and refining their thoughts on food and agriculture issues. We have a really exciting lineup planned for them to discuss hunger and poverty, climate change, STEM, and even more from leading industry experts around the world. Those are some of our programs for our high school students. So if you're looking to get involved and you're a teacher, an educator, student yourself, make sure to check those out. But we also meet students in university and support them through 2 distinct programs, the Borlaug-Ruan Internship and the Wallace Carver USDA Fellowship. The Borlaug-Ruan Internship is an international summer internship experience at leading research centers around the world. This year, we had 23 interns placed in more than 20 research centers at 11 different countries around the world. And these students are incredible. They are doing work and research in push-pull farming, bioinformatics, genetics, gender equity, climate change, nutrition, and more, and really contributing to these institutions who are making change in this field. This year, they were all placed virtually and conducting all of this research and support from their homes or wherever they were at, but we're really hoping that in the future we can have them back or have our next round of interns go abroad as well. We also have the Wallace Carver USDA Fellowship, which is a partnership with the USDA where we have a summer session each year for fellows to participate and work and join in on the different projects at different USDA agencies in the United States. This year, we had 4 fellows working at the USDA and all around the US. They were doing everything from research and lab work to actually operating and running the farmers market that the USDA runs in Washington, DC. That's a brief overview of all of our programs. Again, we'd love for you to get involved. If you're a high schooler or have a high schooler at home, see if they're interested in one of our youth programs, our youth institutes. If you're in Iowa, the Iowa Youth Institute is already up to date on our website for next year. We're also always looking for partners to engage our students and support their impact, so make sure to get in touch. Up next, we'll be having an exciting discussion on food access and food deserts with Elena Rohn from the USDA Economic Research Service.
Well, thank you for joining us, Elena. I'm just so happy to see you again for your presentation on food access and the many tools that the USDA and the Economic Research Service has. Just as a note, please put your questions in the chat and we will address them at the end. And I'll pop back in at the end after Elena's presentation. Thank you so much, and take it away.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I am Elena Rohn. I am an agricultural economist within the United States Department of Agriculture Economic Research Service, also known as ERS. And I have the great pleasure to speak to you all today on food access and taking a closer look into food access in the United States. Please note that the findings and conclusions in this presentation are those of myself and should not be construed to represent any official USDA or US government determination or policy. Food store access is important because limited access to retailers selling healthy and affordable food may make it harder for some Americans in the United States to achieve food security and a healthy diet. Limited food store access impacts between 11 to 17% of the US population as a whole. And in Iowa, about 10% of people live in low income and low access areas, according to our data for one of our measures. Determinants of access include distance to the nearest source of healthy and affordable food, access to a vehicle or other form of transportation, or limited resources to pay for transportation or to pay for things once you get to a food store. And these factors could impact the choice of stores at which a person chooses to shop for food, or the time and monetary cost they use to travel to the nearest shop, and the frequency that an individual may do their shopping. Each of these could reduce food security and diet quality. To help understand how many people and communities may be affected by limited food store access, the Economic Research Service created a mapping tool and the data within it, calling it the Food Access Research Atlas. It allows users to investigate access to food stores at the census tract level, using different measures of income, distance to stores, vehicle access, and other relevant indicators. It provides maps and data that can be viewed, downloaded, or printed. And with the help of the Food Access Research Atlas, policymakers, community planners, researchers, media, the general public, anybody, you name it, can identify communities that have limited food access and help target where programs or policies may be the most needed. So again, users of the Atlas, they can create maps, you can compare food access measures from 2019 to 2015, and you can also view indicators for selected subpopulations like age and race and ethnicity, supplemental nutrition assistance program participation. And you can also all of the data included in the atlas is aggregated into an Excel spreadsheet and CSV file for easy download. Food store access is measured at the census tract level, which are subdivisions of a county. So you can kind of think of census tracts as being similar to the size of the neighborhood that you live in. There are two components to our census tract food store access measure, low income and low access. So there's a subset of all census tracts that are low income, and then there's another subset that is low access. Each of these are measured separately with the overlap or intersection of these tracts comprising low income and low access census tracts. The low income component of our definition is defined using poverty rates and the median family income of a census tract. And low access status of a tract is measured 4 different ways. 3 of these measures are based solely on how far people are from the nearest supermarket, supercenter, or large grocery store. And these different markers vary by the distance marker used. So 1/2 and 1 miles for urban areas and 10 and 20 miles for rural areas. For example, low access census tracts at the 1 and 10 miles measure are census tracts where there is a significant number or share of the population that live more than 1 mile away from a food store if in an urban area, or more than 10 miles from a food store in a rural area. A census tract is considered rural if that tract is in an area with a population less than 2,500 people, and all other tracts are considered urban tracts. The 4th measure considers vehicle access. So it is a slightly more complex measure, but it incorporates vehicle access directly into the measure. Vehicle availability is an important measure of how readily a household can access a food store. The Economic Research Service has found that most households drive their own vehicle to do their regular food shopping. So it's important. So this measure has 2 conceptual pieces. First, some households do not have access to a vehicle and are far from a store, so they may face barriers to getting to a food store. Second, some people who are so far from a store that even with the car, there are significant time and transportation costs to getting to the store that it may be a burden to shop for groceries. And so we call this measure low access using vehicle and 20 miles measure. So you're probably wondering right now, this seminar is supposed to be about food deserts. And you're probably wondering if USDA has stopped using the term food deserts. The term food desert has been a past way to name low income and low access areas. Since 2013, the Economic Research Service has used the term low income and low access to designate areas with limited access to healthy food, as it more accurately reflects what is statistically measured in the Food Access Research Atlas. And individual-based measures such as the number or share of people that live far from a food store or the number of households that don't have access to a car can more directly measure food access. So for this slide, I'm only going to go over 2 of our measures. That is low income and low access at the 1 and 10 miles measure, and low income and low access using vehicle access. The number of census tracts that are classified as low income decreased nationally about 2% from 2015 to 2019. And this reflects improvements in household income, whereas from 2010 to 2015, which is not pictured here, the number of low-income census tracts increased. The number of low access at the 1 and 10 mile census tracts increased slightly from 2015 to 2019. And when vehicle availability and proximity to a supermarket are combined together, estimates show a slight decrease in the share of tracts that are low access using vehicle access from 2015 to 2019. And when low income and low access are combined together, the number of low income and low access tracts at the 1 and 10 miles measure increased slightly, where in the low income and low access vehicle access and 20 miles measure, the number of census tracts decreased slightly. And here are some more recent national estimates of low income and low access census tracts nationally. 33% of low income individuals live more than 1 mile from the nearest food store, and 34% of households that participate in the SNAP program live more than 1 mile from a food store in 2019. Here's some other important information that you can, gather yourself from using the Food Access Research Atlas. This bar graph shows and looks at the share of people by race and ethnicity that are more than 1 mile from a food store. Almost half of American Indian and Alaska Natives in the United States, 49%, live more than 1 mile from the nearest food store. This is followed by white individuals at 45% and Black individuals at 30%. And you can also find these estimates for Iowa and its counties and neighborhoods, like I mentioned, using the Food Access Research Atlas. Now let's shift our focus to state level estimates. This map illustrates the share of low income and low access census tracts at the 1 and 10 miles measure by state in 2019. And 10% of tracts in Iowa are low income and low access at this measure. And when we compare states and Washington, D.C. from when we order them from least to greatest, we found that Iowa ranks 19th out of the 50 states and Washington, D.C. Also, one distinct regional pattern you see on this map is that most states with a high share of low income and low access census tracts or neighborhoods are predominantly in the South. And so the state with the greatest share of low income and low access tracts at this measure, at the 1 and 10 miles measure, is Mississippi, with 32% of its tracts being low income and low access. This map illustrates a share of the state population living in low income and low access 1 and 10 mile census tracts in 2019. 10% of people in Iowa live in low income and low access census tracts at this measure. I also would like to note that there are some individuals that live in a census tract that's designated as low income and low access, they may not, they may have no difficulty accessing healthy and affordable food, despite living in a tract where there are many residents that are low income and live far from a grocery store. There are some individuals who may be able to, afford grocery delivery and food delivery services, or may be able to borrow a car from a relative to do their shopping. This map illustrates a share of low-income and low-access vehicle access in 20 miles tracts by states in 2019. And this map looks a little more different. 7% of tracts in Iowa are low-income and low-access at this measure using vehicle access. And when we compared all of the states in Washington, D.C., and we ordered them again from least to greatest in the share of their low income and low access tracts at this measure, we find that Iowa ranks 6th with 7%. Also on this map, there are a few distinct regional patterns. Most states with a high share of low income and low access vehicle access census tracts are, again, predominantly in the South. Most states in the Western and Northeast region of the US have a low share of low income and low access vehicle access tracts. Now, let's journey to Ottumwa, Iowa, to look at low-income and low-access census tracts in 2019. It is located in the southeastern portion of the state, if you didn't know already. On the left side of the screen, the green areas are tracts or neighborhoods that meet the low-income and low-access definition at the 1 in 10 miles. On the right side of the screen, the yellow areas are census tracts that meet the low-income and low-access definition using vehicle access. The same neighborhoods, you can see the same neighborhoods that are low income and low access meet both of those measures. So those are the same exact census tracts that are the same exact census tracts that are low income and low access at the 1 in 10 miles measures are the same census tracts in this area that are low income and low access using vehicle access. And so these tracts in this area could face significant barriers to accessing food compared to other neighborhoods in the state because it has many households without vehicles and also many people who are quite far from the nearest supermarket. Now let's compare 2019 data with 2015 data. Each map is displaying 2 different years. So on the left side of the screen, you have the census tracts that are green that we previously saw that are low income and low access at the 1 in 10 miles measured. Census tracts that have the red hash marks are low income and low access at the 1 in 10 miles measured in 2015. So this map is showing that, this map illustrates that there was no change in the number of low income and low access census tracts from 2015 to 2019. So it neither improved or worsened. Now let's shift our focus to the right side of the screen, and the census tracts that are yellow, again, are low income and low access using vehicle access, 20-mile census tracts for 2019, and census tracts that have the orange hash marks, I believe, purple hash marks, were low income and low access using vehicle access in 2015. And so this map illustrates that there was an increase in low income and low access vehicle census tracts. It increased from having 2 census tracts in 2015 to 5 in 2019. And so this next mapping tool I'm going to go over is the Food Environment Atlas, and it looks at the food environment. So it assembles statistics on food environment indicators. It also provides a spatial overview of a community's ability to access healthy food, and it has over 280 indicators of the food environment. So if anything pertaining to the food environment, it is probably in there. You can create maps showing variation in a single indicator, such as obesity or access to grocery stores across US counties. You can view all of the county level indicators for a selected county. You can zoom in and export and print maps. And you can also download the full data set in Excel or CSV format. The atlas assembles statistics on 3 broad categories of food environment factors. They are food choices, such as food taxes and food prices, and the availability of local foods. Another category is health and well-being. So we have food insecurity information in there. And lastly, community characteristics. So we have information on income and poverty, and recreation and fitness centers, and demographic composition as well. One recent national estimate found from the Food Environment Atlas, and it has food farmers markets information in there. It found that in 2018, 72% of US counties reported having at least one farmers market, and more than half of US counties had at least one farmers market that accepted credit cards in 2018. Now let's journey to Polk County, Iowa, and let's compare the number of fast food restaurants with the number of grocery stores per 1,000 county residents. From these two maps, is showing that there are more fast food restaurants in Polk County per 1,000 county residents than there are grocery stores in per county resident in 2016. So, there are about 0.78 fast food restaurants per 1,000 county residents, whereas when it's grocery stores, it's only 0.17 grocery stores per 1,000 county residents. This concludes my presentation. Published estimates presented in this presentation can also be found on the Economic Research Service website, and my contact information is also here. So feel free to reach out with any questions in the future if they should arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Now some question time from the audience. Has there been any discussion of adding food banks, food pantries, or community meals centers to the Atlas tool?
So in the Food Environment Atlas, the atlas that I showed second, we do have farmers market, we have food hubs information, and we have food banks information in there as well. So we do have the availability of local foods that you can look in and see on a county level.
Great. So my next question is, how can food security stakeholders kind of use the tools in their local communities?
Yes, that is a very great question. Some ways that users have used both tools is looking at it to research how food access influences food-related outcomes, diet, and health. It has been used in research to look at adverse health outcomes in patients residing in, low-income and low-access areas. It has been used to explore the store environment. So some users, businesses, and organizations have used the Atlas to identify areas where a food store or a food bank or food pantry or a farmer's market may be the most needed, and can use it to try to place one in that area as well.
I think you've just touched on that, right? But our next question is, how does this data influence, programs, policies, initiatives to help low-income individuals improve food access?
Yes. So the United States Department of Agriculture Food and Nutrition Service, they also have programs and grants that can be used to improve food security in low-income communities by their food assistance programs, like Women's Infants and Children program, or the SNAP program that I mentioned earlier. Also, when we look at the food environment, the same social factors that are kind of likely associated with, an individual's food security, that also may be correlated with participation in assistance programs or health, like obesity or diabetes. So these are all things that, can be researched or explored using the two different atlases.
Great. And so is this Atlas tool only kind of a tool for outside users, or is it used in the USDA itself to make determinations?
Yes, it is used by policymakers. Both tools are used by policymakers. As far as the Economic Research Service, we just produce the information to help policymakers make informed decisions. We don't we don't make policy decisions in itself, but definitely policymakers do use our information to inform, their decision making.
Great. I have a data question. Do you attempt to integrate other people's data, like, for example, the Feeding America food banks, into your tools?
Yes, we try to incorporate different variables from a variety of sources, and we are still adding as we speak. But we do incorporate. You mentioned Feeding America. That is where we get our food bank information that is currently in the Food Environment Atlas. So most of our sources, some of our sources that are in the Food Environment Atlas, we do gather from outside external sources as well.
Okay, so just a quick hit. Does the Food Atlas include community gardens or the food environment tool? Yeah.
Currently, neither tool does not include community gardens, but that would be something that we could look at to include in the future.
Oh, great. Well, you heard it here first. Community gardens coming soon.
Possibly. We will definitely look into it.
Okay. But I think that's great. It's always wonderful to get these kind of public feedback on the tool itself. So just a little bit about yourself. How long have you been working in this space?
Yes, that is a very great question. I've been working for the Economic Research Service Agency since I was an undergrad in college. So since 2010, I was awarded a scholarship. It's called the 1890 Scholarship Award, and it was a partnership between the United States Department of Agriculture and 1890 land grant institutions. Nice. And it came with an internship where I was able to come to DC and work for the Economic Research Service every summer. So I've been working on food access and food assistance programs such as the Child and Adult Care Food Program for a minute now.
Great. Yeah, you've been just a minute or so. What was the school?
I'm sorry.
What was it? What school? What was your? Yeah.
Yes, I am a proud graduate of the prestigious Southern University and Agricultural and Mechanical College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Woo, nice.
Go Jaguars.
Go Jaguars. And last question. It'll have to be short, but how do you hope this tool is used or evolves over the next 5, 10, 15 years?
I would like for, to see it, again, keep informing policy to help decision makers inform policies that can be used in different communities, because different communities different problems need different solutions. So to meet the needs of those different problems will be something that we will, continue to try to do with the Food Access Research Atlas and the Food Environment Atlas.
Hopefully those were in the chats for you, but if not, you can Google them. Thank you so much, Elena. It's such a pleasure to always have you. Excellent presentation, and I think we're going to move on to our next show now. All right. So
thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, Elena. Moving forward now, we are going to be joined, and we are joined by Megan Curran, Policy Director for the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at the Columbia University in New York City. Megan, it's so good to have you.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, it is just so wonderful. Megan has a presentation that's kind of following in the footsteps or along with a webinar that you and your colleague Sophie did with us on the child tax credit. So I'm going to just throw it over to you for the presentation, and then after you're finished, we'll come back here again for some questions. So
okay,
put those questions in the chat, please, and I will ask them to Megan.
Thank you so much, Kyle. I'm going to hopefully share my screen without any issues here. Okay, so yes, my name is Megan. I am with the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University, and I'm really happy to be here and to be part of such a great lineup, so thank you so much. I'll just give you a very quick few words on who we are as an organization. So we are a research group. We're based in the Columbia School of Social Work. And we, our main goal is to basically analyze poverty and its effects on different populations, and also analyze the impact of social policy decisions. So we focus nationwide at the federal level, but we also have a particular, project that looks at our home city of New York. What I'm going to be doing today is speaking, about the connections between hunger, food insecurity, and poverty, particularly looking at families with children, and basically talk a little bit more to add to the discussion of probably what you've done earlier today, talking about very specific food-related programs, to talk about what additional policy tools we also have at our disposal here. I think that, when we think about hunger, often obvious, a very obvious first look is to programs with food in the title and how they help. Those are absolutely critical and they do life-saving work. But other policies can be a huge help too. Hunger and food insecurity are solvable problems, especially in the United States today. And, a critical piece of the puzzle is usually actually just a case of resources. What families have access to, how much money they have to be able to spend to support their needs. And so I'll speak very briefly on some recent changes that we saw around income supports and areas that matter here in the last couple of years through the pandemic. What learning we can take from that, and then sort of leave with some policy thoughts of where we might go from here that hopefully then can be addressed further in the question period. So just a very, very quick, sort of setting the stage, making sure we're all on the same page. What do we mean when we're talking about poverty? When we hear things like the official poverty line or official poverty statistics in the US, the technical sort of threshold that you have to be above or below changes each year slightly. But, we're basically talking about $26,000 roughly pre-pandemic for a family of four. This is not by any means meant to be some sort of generous line. It doesn't even necessarily mean that you're meeting all of your basic needs, but it's the threshold set by the government to just sort of, give a demarcation line of who's above and who's below it. And even before COVID hit, we had more than 1 out of every 10 Americans was living below this line. But importantly, it's also, incredibly crucial to recognize that actually, more than 1 out of 4 Americans were actually living on incomes, just below twice this level, which really is still categorized as, economically insecure. So it's only about $50,000 for a family of four for the year. And what that meant was, even before COVID, obviously you had, just many, many, many of millions of families, just one emergency or one illness, whatever, away from trouble. And so, not surprisingly, unfortunately, when COVID hit, there was a real risk that poverty could sort of spiral unpredictably and out of control. My colleagues at Columbia had found that without, had we not given any help to families and things proceeded as they did in the very early stages in spring 2020, poverty could have very quickly spiked to the highest levels that we have ever seen in US history since we began recording poverty in the 1960s. But, we all know that actually the government did step in, and they stepped in really important ways and multiple times through the crisis. And as a result, a pretty great thing happened. Amidst the greatest public health and economic crisis that we have seen in generations, poverty actually dropped in America in 2020, and it's likely actually to have been kept down in 2021. We're actually going to be seeing the official statistics for that year released by the census in about 2 weeks, so we'll have kind of the hard numbers then. But this is really, sort of an unprecedented sort of turn of events. And what it's really all due is to a massive infusion of cash that directly went to support households. I put just an example of some of the major pieces on this list. Many people are well familiar with this, from the news or, their policy work or work directly with families or even personal experience over the last couple of years. We saw a huge amount of different types of programs go out: stimulus checks, unemployment benefits, rental assistance, lots of food assistance, as this audience would well know, different types of tax credits, aid to states and localities that they could use in all sorts of different ways, but actually some localities created sort of guaranteed income programs and pilots with it, like all sorts of innovative and interesting stuff. Only one of these categories actually has food in the name, but they have all really, really helped families manage hunger and their food needs, and the fact that there was a variety of supports proved really important. All of this was actually really key for equity as well, because cash assistance in general has, historically declined over the last number of decades, and that has been particularly detrimental to Black and Latino families and other families of color, because they are disproportionately left out when these types of programs get cut. And so these temporary changes actually also sort of reversed that, again, for a temporary period of time, but really important ways. What I'm going to do is just give an example here to illustrate how, these income support changes actually really affected hunger and food security by talking about one particular program that was expanded in the pandemic, the child tax credit. So you might have heard about this, again, in the news or perhaps in your own work, or again, if you have a child, you may have received it. What the American Rescue Plan, so passed last spring, did was make three really important changes for the child tax credit for 2021. It increased the annual benefit levels in general and actually gave a higher payment to families with young kids under the age of 6. It expanded eligibility to include those who really would benefit from it the most but have historically been left out. The structure of the child tax credit was leaving out 1 out of every 3 Americans, but again, 1 out of every 2 Black and Latino families. And so what it did was close all of those gaps and actually make it almost a nearly universal program. And it also changed it from just being a once-a-year tax time benefit to actually delivering monthly payments in increments of, say, $250 or $300 per child. The balance came recently, just in this past tax time in spring. Lots and lots and lots and lots of research has been done on this by ourselves at Columbia and many researchers across the country. An example, if you want to learn more, we have done sort of some like a literature review, like a roundup of a lot of the key research pieces that have been out there. You can find that on our website, and it kind of talks about how it impacted all of these different buckets. But what I want to talk about is actually like the direct immediate effects that we saw. The first and foremost, which was it actually significantly reduced child poverty just from the very first payment last July. So when that first payment rolled out and families started getting those checks of or direct deposits of like $250 per child, we actually saw in our measurements in New York, led by my wonderful colleague, Zach Parolin, that the first child tax credit payment on its own kept 3 million children from poverty that month. 3 million kids just with that one payment. These effects actually grew monthly. The IRS was reaching more children. And we actually saw that by November, it was keeping 3.8 million children, so almost 4 million children from poverty on its own. And the last monthly payment in December was keeping almost the same 3.7 million kids. A huge research question then, if it's having this immediate impact on poverty, is, so how are families using it? And I think, again, for this audience in particular, the answer was food. They were purchasing something that they needed on a daily basis for their household. And the most striking thing I've felt when you actually look at a lot of the research from some really great colleagues around the country, Washington University, Appalachian State University, Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, and more, is that this actually didn't change necessarily depending on your income level. You would probably not really be surprised that families with lower and moderate incomes were spending it on food. But actually looking all the way up to families with $150,000 in annual income, they're actually spending it on food too, and then essential bills and things like that. So the child tax credit, even though it's not necessarily a food assistance program, became a really important food assistance program. And it just shows that, when flexible cash enters like a family's budget and becomes an additional household resource, it really makes an immediate impact on food security and can really move the need on sort of hunger-related measures. Again, an example of some of our research, this is all similar types of research has actually also been done by other great groups like the Children's Health Watch and others. We saw then when you look at these hunger-related measures, that just like the poverty rates were falling, so too were rates of food insufficiency. And again, this, just like how poverty fell with the first payment, so too did this fall exactly when those child tax credit payments started rolling out. And so you see that red line there kind of demarcates when the first check and deposits were going out, and households with kids saw an immediate reduction by about 25% in their food insufficiency rates. You didn't see that same thing in households without children. Those households would not have been eligible just by virtue of what the program was geared towards having kids in the house. Some Urban Institute research has shown that child tax credit recipients were, 1.5 times more likely to, not just meet their food needs, but also buy sort of healthier food and food that they wanted. And again, you actually saw in terms of equity issues that Black households who received the child tax credit were actually twice as likely to be able to afford food and the food that they needed and wanted, compared to their peers who didn't receive it. And again, importantly, you saw that the effects here, the really positive effects, were concentrated among those who could really benefit and use it the most. So you saw the most impactful food insufficiency declines among households with less than $35,000 in annual income. So it's getting to exactly like who we would have liked to help the most, but it also helped those, well up the income distribution as well. However, the unfortunate caveat is that this expansion, like other forms of COVID relief on that earlier slide, were temporary. The monthly payments stopped in December of 2021. You did get sort of the balance in a one-time payment at tax time, but for the rest of 2022, you have not seen any more of this expanded child tax credit. What this graph shows is sort of monthly child poverty rates from the beginning of 2021 to almost the present. And you see that that blue line is what child poverty was in reality with all the different COVID relief pieces in place. The lighter blue line, the top line, is what child poverty rates would have been if we didn't give out these payments and things like that. And what you basically saw was from July to December of 2021, when those monthly payments were coming out, a huge amount of kids were kept out of poverty. Unfortunately, beginning at the start of this year, when the payments had expired, we saw a huge spike in child poverty again. There was a dip at tax time, but we also see now, of course, a rise through the summer, and actually we do actually have numbers up through July, and they're just as high as May, basically. So it's not just poverty, though, because the child tax credit was doing so much in terms of food hardship, we also see that is on the rise as well. Sadly, these are pretty regular headlines nowadays, in the absence of the payments. Both poverty and food hardship, especially for kids, are, at some of the highest levels in the last 2 years. And, the census is basically reporting over the summer that, 2 out of every 5 Americans are really struggling to pay their bills and meet their usual expenses, one of which would be food. And of course, this doesn't even account, these headlines don't actually even account for the fact that, of course, costs have gone up at the same period. So, Congress has an opportunity to actually sort of resurrect the child tax credit. There are many proposals, both from Democrats and, there's been a Republican proposal from Mitt Romney recently. There are paths to sort of resurrecting this, and there are lots of other really important proposals for, putting into place in a longer term a lot of the learning that we took from some of the other forms of COVID relief. But I also just want to point out that, there are opportunities at the state level, to take action in the meantime. And a number of different states have actually started to implement their own versions of child tax credits and other forms of flexible cash. And if this is of interest to anyone, my colleagues at Columbia and also some other organizations that we partner with have reports and analysis that give sort of state by state numbers that might be of interest and potentially helpful if you're thinking about this at the state level here. But I'll just close so that there is a bit of time for questions in terms of, okay, so what can we take away from all of this? And it's really, just again, sort of drawing that link that sort of reducing poverty overall, but also just increasing, the flexible household resources that families have are key. You can do this in a number of different ways. And again, this is in addition to the really key core critical food assistance programs that are already out there. This is sort of, and then. You can obviously implement direct cash for flexible use. This can happen in many different ways. We know that obviously food is one of the most common items that's purchased when households have extra money. So this is sort of, first and foremost on the list. This can be something like a monthly child tax credit payment. It could be in the form of a guaranteed income payment. Those expansions to unemployment benefits while they were in place were also really hugely important. There's many different ways that you can think through this. But because the direct cash, it obviously can help buy food, it can help buy healthier food, but it also can help supplement, things like WIC and SNAP that don't account for differences in cost of living around the country or things like that. It can help in indirect ways, like helping put gas in the car to get to a supermarket if you happen to live in an area where things are far from walkable. It also, the direct cash sort of just gives autonomy and respect and inclusion for families, because then they are able to sort of make these decisions, based on whatever their own family needs, and they have their own discretion then. But you can also do other things, like you can free up room in the household budget. Housing, of course, is one of the hugest costs for families, and especially low and moderate incomes. It takes up a wildly disproportionate, usually chunk of a family disposable cash. And so actually making sure that housing assistance is widely available and works and reaches the people who are eligible and need it, can actually then free up other money in the budget to make sure that food needs are met and other costs are met. There's that old saying that, the rent eats first, right? A family is going to try and stay in their home. And so when something like an inflexible bill, like, the rent or mortgage payment is due, that's where the money is going to go. If you can actually make sure that some of these housing safety net programs are helping folks, it can then have real impacts on hunger and food needs as well. You can also just make sure that wages are high enough that families aren't in poverty in the first place. So increasing the minimum wage, both at the federal level, but also, in states and localities, because of course there are different costs of living around the country. And having really robust unemployment insurance and protections. And then also things like, paid leave and childcare and things like that, which are really key costs at critical times, like in the life cycle. That, if you have these in place when you're sort of out of work, if you're ill, caring for someone, just had a baby, something like that, or your child is very young, your income obviously might be depressed because you're maybe not able to work as more, you have extra unexpected costs. You can get then very easily into sort of debt and hardship cycles and spirals. And again, a lot of these things is, being able to make sure you have enough food is going to take a hit. So making sure that all the other pieces of the system are working as intended, both take the strain off of things like SNAP and WIC and things like that. They let them actually work as intended and not be sort of overstretched. But they also then just sort of free up the household budget sort of more naturally so that families can actually get by without feeling really stressed each month and, and in the worst case, hungry. So, and there's much more you could add to this list too, but I think I'll leave it here. But it's really just to kind of say that, we've kind of known this for a long time, but I think some of the learning from the pandemic has been key, that we have the tools, we know what works. We actually just really sort of need the will and commitment to sort of put them in place over the longer term. So I'll leave it there, and I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan. What a great presentation. I wanted to start off with, I guess there's been a lot of learning, in that childhood tax credit timeframe, right? Mm-hmm. In that short amount of time that was in place, and then a lot of learning that happened when it stopped, right? And so, just talk a little bit about that stopping period, right? So it stopped, but then there was a disbursement with the taxes in April, right? Yeah.
Yes. So basically, had the timing been a bit closer to the calendar year when the American Rescue Plan was passed, you would have actually probably just seen like 12 whole months in 2021 of monthly payments, that the entire annual credit would have been divided evenly across January to December. But the American Rescue Plan wasn't passed until March of 2021. And, it was a huge undertaking to basically get this system up and running. The IRS actually in Treasury did, a huge lift in turning it around. But basically the payments were only able to start in July. So what they decided was it would be sort of a hybrid system. So you got the rest of 2021, July through December, in the monthly payments. But then because the year ended, they just saved the rest of the balance, the other 6 months worth, which would have been about, say, $1,500 or $1,800 per child, depending if they were older or younger. You got that when you filed your taxes in 2022. So it was a little bit of a weird system. In a perfect world, if this was something implemented moving forward, it would just always be monthly. You wouldn't have that sort of dual system. What we saw, although to be honest, as researchers, it actually kind of gave us a natural experiment, right? Because you saw half of the payment going out in one sort of delivery system and half of the payment going out in another one. And you could actually sort of compare and contrast how families used it, the impacts, things like that. And first thing that we saw is that monthly payments actually really shifted how families spend their tax credit money. There's a lot of research looking at things like the earned income tax credit, that have been in place for, years now. It comes once a year, gives a big chunk, potentially a couple $1,000s per family. targeted towards low-income families. However, a lot of that money sometimes is used to actually pay down debt that the family accrues the other 11 months of the year when this payment is not in place. And so it's actually just kind of used to like get back on their feet, get out of the hole, or a big ticket item that you've been waiting to spend because, you know, your fridge broke or your car broke or something like that. The regular payments actually went towards regular expenses and regular needs. So families started buying food with it, paying their bills with it, buying children's clothes with it, paying for childcare or tutoring or extracurriculars, all sorts of things that happen on a monthly basis. All of this was really important in terms of actually preventing those, you know, accruals of debt and actually making sure families didn't get behind in the first place, and sort of makes for like a smoother experience for families throughout the year. What we saw with the two types of payments most recently is, unfortunately, at January 1st, 2022, there was no more monthly child tax credit. And unfortunately, the effects were really sharp. You know, child poverty had gone down quite significantly when the payments rolled out. And unfortunately, child poverty rose quite significantly when they ended. So basically, in January 2022, you had 3.7 million more kids living in poverty than you did a month prior because the check was gone. So you saw immediate reversals of like all of that really hard-won progress. You also then saw pretty quick reversals of the food hardship trends and things like that. What had been going down then spiked back up. Families did get a lump sum payment at tax time in the spring. But what research has actually shown is that families kind of reverted back to using it the way they used to. They paid down debt that started to accrue again in those first 4 months of the year. And so a lot of it went to back housing payments and things like that. And so you saw sort of some of the debt markers and, housing debt go down, but you didn't actually see food hardship go down or anything. If anything, it rose because families, switched from thinking, oh, this is something regular I can count on, to just thinking like, oh, I better actually use this as a special one-time thing. And so it really actually matters how you deliver it, how frequently. And it's why, flexible cash is good, and any cash is better than no cash, but making sure that families have it regularly, that they can count on it, has actually been one of the really most important takeaway lessons that we've seen.
Great, Omega. I would imagine this kind of gets us to future ideas about this tax credit, right? Is that how it's enacted really makes a difference. You did speak a little bit about kind of state and national programs and kind of what policymakers might consider there, which I think is, we're seeing some state programs pop up in different areas. You did say that there are a whole raft of proposals for the child tax credit. Are you optimistic about that? Are you optimistic that this comes back?
I am. I really am, because I think that we've sort of gotten over the tipping point of, trying to make the case of why it's useful and introducing people to the concept. Like that work is now behind us. People understand what this program could be, and they saw it while it was working for those 6 months and they were receiving the direct payments. So I think there's a baseline familiarity. I think people liked it. But I think that I don't know if I did, I'd have a crystal ball. I don't know what the timeline is, though, in terms of when this could come back. Would it be nice if it came back, by the end of this year? That would be amazing. Could it potentially take another year, 2 years, 5 years down the line? Potentially, because it all sort of depends on the rhythms of the policymaking process and Congress and windows for policy sort of change. But I do think that at some point in time, we will have some sort of program like this in the US. It's worth pointing out that this is an extremely common type of program. It just sometimes goes by different names: child tax credit, child benefit, child allowance, something like that. in many countries around the world. And a lot of, countries that we usually point to in terms of, oh, what are they doing? Countries in Europe, place like the UK, but there's many more. There's countries in Asia and all over the world have these types of programs and have actually had them in place since the end of World War II, actually. So this is a very common way of governments supporting families with the cost of raising kids. A monthly payment based on, the number of kids in the household, how old they are, and potentially how much income you have. So the US is actually would be joining the rest of the world in a really positive way.
Awesome.
So will happen. We'll see when.
Yeah. A quick hit in 30 seconds. What else are you working on outside of the child tax credit?
Yeah, all sorts. I mean, probably everything on that last slide. So we do look across the whole safety net, and we do a lot of work on SNAP. We'll be paying attention, for the different types of, things that might happen in Congress on WIC and SNAP over the next, year or two. We definitely pay attention to things like the minimum wage and things that just impact family income from the start. And then childcare, paid leave, the whole raft of it, because they all sort of work together for different family types. And, poverty is a solvable issue, as is hunger in this country. We know what to do. It's really actually just kind of making sure these programs are in place and that folks can access what they are eligible for.
Thank you, Megan. Megan Kern, Policy Director, Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University in New York City. And I was so blessed to be able to be there this year and see your colleague, Sophie. Thank you, Megan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Bye. Well, hello, and thank you to in our next session, focused on redlining. This is really a continuation of of a session we had last year, chaired by a person from the Federal Reserve Bank in St. Louis. And we're going a bit further, right? We're focusing directly on redlining. We have two great presenters lined up for you today. Yasemin Shaker, I apologize if I'm butchering names. I'm the worst with names. And Kendall Larson, a little bit easier for me. Yasi is from the University of Utah. She's a PhD student, has just published a paper on redlining and food access. We're going to go to a presentation from her first, and then we're going to come back to Kendall, who is the Director of Research and Planning at the Polk County Housing Trust Fund, and we're going to look specifically in our local area here in Des Moines. After those two presentations, we're going to come back. We're going to have questions. So I'll hand it over to you, Yasi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm Yasi. Thanks for the opportunity that I speak here. I'll go ahead and share my presentation. Let me know if there's any issues. All right. Can everyone see this? Great. So I'm going to be presenting on my research about redlining, racism, and food access in U.S. I did this alongside my mentors, Dr. Goneski, Dr. Collins, and Dr. Flores. So it's a collaboration paper. And so just to give you some introduction, 1 in 5 U.S. households experienced food insecurity in 2020, whereby they had limited or uncertain access to adequate food. And food insecurity, unfortunately, has heightened during pandemic, and we know that it's going to expand. And we know that food insecurity is disproportionately impacting low-income Black and Latinx households. Food inaccess is not an isolated form of harm, and we know that it's related to limited economic opportunities, neighborhood divestments, substandard housing, environmental pollution, and which are all kind of related to over a century of structural racism. So just to give you a little bit of background about redlining, so Redlining took place in 1930s when the Homeowners Loan Corporation, known as HOLC, graded residential neighborhoods in major U.S. cities to kind of assess their mortgage securities for potential investors. And they went ahead and graded different neighborhoods, and so like got different grades. So whether it was an A, green meant that they were the best neighborhoods, so they were prime candidates for receiving bank loans. And the grade B applied to neighborhoods that were still desirable, and then C, yellow, meant that the neighborhood's desirability was declining, and grade D was given to neighborhoods that were deemed as hazardous. But we know that this practice was rooted in xenophobia and racism, and kind of going to study these things, you know that it was really based on different biases about those neighborhoods. And kind of redlining greatly constrained African Americans and other people of color and immigrants from accessing capital and achieving social mobility. And even though redlining was finally prohibited in 1968, we know that the legacies continue today. And my research kind of shows that it has impacted food access. So I was really interested in seeing how like food access and redlinings are connected. So my research questions were, is neighborhoods that were whole graded associated with low income and low access to food status, which is called the LILA status. And this is our dependent variable, LILA status. We got that from a USDA Food Access Research Atlas, which kind of gauged the low income and low grocery access to food. And this variable was called the Food Desert Indicator in 2015 version of the data set. But we used a 2019 version of the data set, which they used LIDL status. So places that are low income and low access to food. And we were also interested in, is neighborhood racial ethnic composition associated to LIDL status? And then is neighborhood composition of disabled folks, household without cars, young people, and elderly people associated with LIDL status? And then is neighborhood gentrification or housing redevelopment associated with LIDL status? So our study area kind of included census tracts in the United States that are located within areas originally graded by HOLC. So it was around 10,459 tracts, which all of them were kind of located in urban areas in the United States. So just for the sake of time, I'm not going into my methodologies, but I'm gonna mostly talk about my results and kind of future direction and some potential solutions. So we found that neighborhoods that were graded as C and D, so kind of hazardous and declining in desirability, and kind of the lesser to degree B, comparing to the grade A's, had reduced food access. So this is kind of similar to a pattern that emerged through bivariate analysis in Salt Lake City. So we do find that redlining does have an impact on current access to food, unfortunately. And for race and ethnicity, we find that greater racial and ethnic minority composition was associated with reduced food access. This again aligned with other prior studies. We really know that access to food is explained a lot by historic and contemporary pattern of systematic racism. In terms of car access, we found that an increase in proportion of residents without a car corresponds with better food access. This is a little bit interesting for us because, but we find that it's probably because we focused on cities and there's more public transportation and there is more like people have less like access to car in general, and suggesting that low income and low access tracts were not necessarily characterized by disproportionately high concentration of transport or disadvantaged residents. And we did adjust for population density. So, and then we also found that increases in the neighborhood composition of disabled residents correspond to reduced food access. This is also was a very concerning result, because we can see that ableism and a lack of support and services in context of low income and neighborhoods with poor food access. So, kind of ableism have an impact to neighborhoods' access to food. So kind of to conclude here, this study is one of the first to kind of quantitatively and nationally study the connection between redlining and food access. And kind of within our paper, we kind of talk about how issues of divestment, racism, ableism, and displacement are kind of connected. And sorry, I think, oh yeah, there we go. I'm pushed forward. I didn't end up talking about some of my results. Higher neighborhoods of composition of older age residents was associated with better food access. So this is interesting because other research kind of show that elderly populations are vulnerable to food insecurity, but in terms of neighborhood findings, we find that neighborhoods that has a higher composition of older age residents is associated with better food access. And in terms of our findings for the gentrification and housing redevelopment was very interesting and unfortunately very alarming, because we found that gentrifying neighborhoods have reduced food access. So again, to go back about our dependent variable, we were looking at places that are low income and low access to food. So this means that in the gentrifying neighborhoods, low income people and neighborhoods are still struggling to access food in the gentrifying neighborhoods. So this is kind of reveal a broader pattern where ongoing gentrification of still low income historic central cities in the US is associated with inadequate food access. And we find that neighborhoods that have undergone housing redevelopment, so kind of in a way been already gentrified, have improved food access. So kind of we can see that gentrification and housing redevelopment and have intersected with racism and displacement to structure the landscape of food injustice today. And kind of I am really interested in connections of like gentrification with redlining and how sometimes these problems of urban sprawl, white flight, gentrification, and redlining kind of get connected with each other. And I think that's really super interesting. But yeah, just to conclude again here, my results kind of suggest it's like additional evidence that the phrase food desert is problematic, as these social spaces of kind of nutritional deprivation were created by intentionally racist and discriminatory policies rather than like passive and natural processes. So thus phrases like food apartheid more accurately reflects the phenomenon. Food apartheid was coined by different food justice activists, and I think that our study kind of shows that it makes more sense to acknowledge this problem more systematically by calling it what it is. So kind of thinking about some potential solutions, although there's more out there, but these are some solutions we can think about, is that there needs to be some policies and programs that encourage food supermarkets and food retailers to locate in low income BIPOC, so Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. And because, we know that those areas have low access to grocery stores. And in the absence of supermarkets, policies and programs that support small food retailer that, try to sell their own healthy food in the bodegas or corner stores would be great. Kind of making sure that all of our solutions are community centered, because we have seen that when other big corporations, like when there's like a Whole Food in a new place in these neighborhoods, like people do not buy from it because they can't really afford the food and it's not necessarily culture appropriate. So kind of supporting food retailers that are already present and like supporting to sell their healthy foods and like fresh food would be great. And we find that because of there's so much of systemic racism, reparations should be considered as activists try to bring food justice to communities. And then community gardens and urban agriculture are wonderful potential forces of action, because these can be put in neighborhoods that are struggling to access fresh food. Although this needs to be done in a nuanced way and with the community in mind, because some of these efforts can lead to gentrification, but they call green gentrification. So then, environmental amenities led outsider investors to reinvest in the place and can potentially displace long-term residents and lead to other inequalities. Thank you so much for listening. Here's my paper. If you like to learn more about it, you can read that. Thank you so much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Yasi. And now we will turn to Kendall.
Hello, just getting my presentation pulled up here. You should be able to hopefully see it now. So hello all, my name is Kendall Larson from the Polk County Housing Trust Fund in Des Moines, Iowa. Yasi already talked a little bit about redlining, but I'll just do a brief overview here, as well as get into a few more details about how redlining impacted Des Moines specifically. And so redlining was a 1930s federal policy that divided up cities to assess the risk of their borrowers due to new federal-based home loans that were being created to help bring the United States out of the Great Depression and to increase wealth building through home ownership. Maps were created to show where the highest risk neighborhoods were and where the lowest risk neighborhoods were, by using a color-coded system of blue and green to represent the white neighborhoods and the lowest risk, and the yellow and red neighborhoods to represent the diverse highest risk neighborhoods that were also primarily low income. This essentially cut off home loans from the red and most of the yellow areas due to the high risk for borrowing for loans, which then set back those communities from building wealth since the 1930s. We can see the impact of the redlining system over time through policy and local action. And the green and blue areas have continued to see high levels of investment through loans and city revitalization, whereas the yellow and red areas have generally not seen as much or no investment since the 1930s. So the overall impact of the redlining system can be seen throughout the decades. Starting after World War II, federal programs and policies such as the GI Bill had housing policies written in. When the GI Bill was enacted, its most important article, of course, was the Veterans Administration, but the bill also provided opportunities for veterans and their families to improve economically and socially through housing loans. This bill, while not strictly housing policy, excluded African Americans from obtaining housing outside of the urban core, and ultimately played a crucial role in the continued and lasting segregation of non-whites across the United States. In Des Moines, this bill and local segregation efforts led to the city being almost 100% segregated by 1950, as you can see by the map on the screen. Along with the passage of the GI Bill, housing construction was a new federal priority and was very deeply funded. This allowed builders to, like Levitt & Sons, to build new housing out in creating suburbia through new technologies. And so between 1948 and 1958, approximately 85% of new housing stock was built in the suburbs. While the suburban development took off, the inner ring neighborhoods were also changing. By the 1950s, increased disinvestment in cities led real estate speculators to start taking advantage of the changing economy and social structures, and they wanted to capitalize on the white fears of devaluing properties and on the plight of African Americans who were desperate to get into home ownership. So they use different practices like contract buying to exploit the poorer populations, in particular Black and Brown communities, which led to continued discrimination and disinvestment in these non-white neighborhoods. By the 1960s, urban renewal and the interstate system were occurring across the country. In Des Moines, Interstate 235 and 2 urban renewal areas around downtown caused substantial displacement to the urban core. This displacement created even more disparities as African American households were not granted the same amount of money for their housing as their white counterparts. And when they had to find homes elsewhere, there was limited housing supply for them, and both home prices and rents were raised because of their race. The freeway completely bisected multiple African American neighborhoods and destroyed important communities that held the heart and soul of the Black community. One such neighborhood was the Center Street neighborhood. It was an African American neighborhood that grew into a cultural and economic epicenter that was essentially created in 1906. And it was multiple blocks of Black-owned businesses, most notably social and jazz clubs, which brought famous musicians from across the country to Des Moines. Most of the Black and economic, social, and cultural life on Center Street was lost when Interstate 235 and the urban renewal Oak Ridge area came through. An area that had once served and supported the Black community was bulldozed without a second thought. During this era of renewal, we also see white flight being promoted by the Federal Housing Administration with the emergence of white-only suburbs. We call them white only because the Federal Housing Administration had restrictions that homes built with federally backed home loans had to be built on the explicit condition that their homes would not be sold to Black home buyers. We see this trend taking effect in the city of Des Moines and throughout the region. By 1961, no builders of new homes in Des Moines' growing metropolitan region would sell or rent to an African American household. These types of policies, of course, did not stop in the 1970s at the end of urban renewal. We see that over time, many solutions of one era became the problems of the next, and so the cycle of discrimination and devaluation continued and continues today. It became systematic and systemic. It is evident that the legacy of racist housing policies and programs can be seen today. So what is the legacy? In the Des Moines community, we can see similar areas of concentration of the Black population compared to the city that was almost 100% segregated in the 1950s. That is 70 years of continued discrimination and segregation based on those past policies. These same areas are where we also see the highest concentration of our low-income populations. Again, continued concentration in the quote-unquote worst parts of the city. We can also see the legacy play out through looking at property conditions and property values. Again, those central areas that had the highest concentration of our Black and low-income populations are where we also see the highest levels of distress in the housing, which correlates to the lowest property values. There is also a higher number of rental homes in these neighborhoods as well. There are also large inequalities in our community, and here are just a few highlights from the One Economy report, State of Black Polk County, done by the Directors Council. African Americans are denied home loans at a rate that's 2.2 times higher than the Polk County average. And looking at home values between all census tracts compared to minority census tract, there is a quite significant gap between those values, which impacts the overall ability to build wealth. And then especially with that denial of loans, we see that African Americans only represent about 2.6% of all homeowners across Polk County, which is extremely low. Looking at the renter side, approximately 69% of the Black population rents their homes compared to just 33% of the general population. And of that 69%, 53% are cost burdened, meaning that they're spending more than 30% of their income toward rent and utilities, which is a huge portion of the Black renter population spending more than they should for housing. And as we know, paying more for housing means having to make choices between things like good food, healthcare, transportation, and other things. We also see, of course, gentrification happening in our cities, and especially we see it in Des Moines, where a lot of the areas that are gentrifying are areas that were once redlined, and so there's a lot of displacement continuing to happen. And so getting to my last thing here, looking at, well, what do we do, right? So the big question is, well, how do we mitigate those past injustices? And it's a tough one to answer. Those past policies have completely shifted the way our cities are built and have become embedded into the systems of our society. And it's almost an impossible question. However, there are things that communities can do, and here are just two that we focus on in our community. The first is education. While that might seem like a simple concept, it is one of the most important. Understanding history is key because when we have the facts and the stories, lived experiences, and the knowledge, we can look at our communities with an informed lens to see where we need to make changes for a better, more equitable future. It also helps us to just better understand our own communities and why they look the way they are today, and help us better understand the communities that we're surrounded by. Another important aspect of this question is kind of the big thing we're working on now, which is trying to reduce inequalities such as home ownership gap and the ability to build wealth for our non-white population. Studies and stories have shown that in the real estate world, there's a lot of discrimination that exists. Looking at the credit system, but also lack of representation in real estate and in racial steering. In the Des Moines community, there's a few things that are being worked on for these inequalities. One of them is working on minority home buyer education, as well as talking with community lenders about how to create programs specifically for minority home buyers to decrease that denial rate of loans for home mortgages. The Neighborhood Finance Corporation in Des Moines has a new minority down payment assistance program, which is another thing that is going to be very beneficial in the near future as they get that money going, as well as doing homeownership education directly aimed for getting more people of color into homeownership opportunities. There's a lot more that can be done at different aspects, but from the housing perspective, this is what we're focusing on, is looking directly at homeownership opportunities to get more wealth into communities of color. So thank you for your time, and you can learn more about the work that we've done at redlininginDesMoines.com. Thank you.
Great. So we're going to take about 8 minutes a question, or we're going to have eight minutes here for some questions, and I'll just dive right in. So we'll do some quick hitting questions. So Yasi, at the end you kind of talked about future directions of research, but talk to me a little bit more about future directions to your research and then policy making associated with that.
Yeah, definitely. I think also Kendall did a great job. It really connects with my research. I think where I'm personally heading is kind of looking at gentrification. So kind of also thinking about addressing these food apartheids in a nuanced way, because, a lot of times these housing things can lead to predatory inclusion, in which like a lot of these places kind of like use African Americans to sell houses that are not great condition, and then they have to deal with a lot of problems. And then in terms of food, I think kind of thinking about bringing food to these communities without leading to gentrification is a big one, because sometimes you can see when new food areas come to a place, that's like a signal for gentrification. Like people really know in those communities, oh, a Whole Foods coming here, so it's time, like this neighborhood is gentrifying, so these people who have lived there for a really long time, they can't no longer afford living there. So I think it's the way moving forward is both in policymaking and research-wise is kind of working with communities to see, because I think they already hold so much knowledge and solution for their problems, and what we really need to do is kind of uplift their own ideas and support them for opening their own stores. Yeah.
Kendall, oftentimes we talk about nutrition-sensitive programs, basically programs that will enhance someone's economic ability to pay for things without really dealing with food itself, right? And so I guess redlining is the exact opposite, right? It's nutrition insensitivity. to just an extreme degree. Can you talk a little bit more about what your organization, what it's doing now, what it's doing in the future, what are your goals?
Yeah, so for the work for the Polk County Housing Trust Fund, we started out with that education piece as being kind of the main focus, as what we learned that a lot of people don't know about this history, don't know about their own community, and how these policies really truly impacted how the way cities have been built over time, and how that still has a lasting effect on how different neighborhoods develop and how they're invested in. And so that's been a main priority, is that we've just learned that there's a lot of lack of education around it and knowledge, and lifting up the voices of the community, particularly the African American community, but also the Latino community as well, of understand, and the immigrant community that is so large in Des Moines and is growing, that really understanding the barriers that are still out there in terms of not only just getting into rental housing, but into affordable rental housing, which is a big issue. And so working with these different communities to uplift voices and to start talking with those kind of big system changers like the lending agencies, the bankers, the real estate the realtors, and other people in the real estate world, and working through those means as a funding agency to try to advocate for changes in different programs and policies at those organizations and at that kind of level. So that's kind of the work that we're now focusing on, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to do even larger systemic change, but right now that's kind of where we're focused.
Great. I just have a quick hit for either of you. Do either of you know of any research of why it seems that there's an increase in higher-end grocery stores with less assistance availability in gentrified neighborhoods? Any research or any kind of quantitative look at that? No?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Not off the top of my head,
Okay.
but
All right. That's something for us to research. We can get back to our back to the chat there and see if we can find something about gentrification. But that may be something that Yasi is looking into in the future. So our next question is, how can we address white supremacy in our work and within our organizations as we seek to best serve and empower our communities? That's a difficult one, I suppose, but I'm going to put it towards you anyway in about 3 minutes. So go ahead.
I'll just say, it's really about starting the conversation. I think that a lot of times, we just assume that we all have the same, if we're working in a certain group, for us, it's affordable housing advocates who all kind of have the same like-mindedness, and all are really social justice focused, right? But I think, we do realize that even in our own organization, we don't have a lot of people of color, but we're trying to help a lot of people of color. So we need to be more representative and looking, and that's one way to really start, is looking into your own organization, into your workforce, and seeing who's here, who's representing the community. How do we make sure that we are, not telling people what to do, making sure we're having these conversations to be more tolerant, which is of course always what we need, but to have more of those conversations is a good start, in my opinion, in your own organizations.
Yeah, definitely. I think being reflexive of yourself and your positionality, if you're researching, but also like working with these communities, understanding the power dynamics that are present. And, fund folks to do things, like then you want to co-work with people, or like your work is with these people, like making sure that they're compensated for their time and, being supported, and, not just doing things in like an extractive way, getting their knowledge and, their resources for, developing your own programs, because, that's a problem. So I think, personal is political always. So like starting from families, having those hard conversations, but then within our organizations, speaking up, because I think a lot of us have a sense when things are not feeling right, but you just don't listen to it. And I think it's just speaking up. Then you see the issues in your own organizations.
So, Yasi, Kendall, thank you so much for giving your presentations, for spending some time with us at the Iowa Hunger Summit. Yasi from the University of Utah and Kendall from the Polk County Housing Trust, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
And I'm going to send it over to our virtual MC.
For more than 50 years, the Food Research and Action Center, or FRAC, has worked to improve the nutrition, health, and well-being of people struggling against poverty-related hunger in the U.S. through advocacy, partnerships, and by advancing bold and equitable policy solutions. We are pleased that Luis Guardia, president of FRAC, and Sherry Brennan, a board member of FRAC, are here with us today to share their insights on Paths to Zero. I'll now hand it over to Luis.
Terrific. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here with my friend and board member, Sherry Brennan, who's been a great advocate on speaking out against hunger. And it's not lost on me that we are coming into a holiday weekend. We're at the end of the day. You've been hearing a lot of really fascinating presentations about hunger and its root causes. I found them so stimulating, and with the holiday weekend coming up, it's not lost upon me that we're probably the last thing between you guys and probably happy hour coming up soon. So we're excited to lend a slightly different perspective on how this is affecting people. And one of the things that I wanted to do is to start out with a question that I'd like for folks to think about, and maybe it might spawn some questions in the Q&A that we'd like to have afterwards. And that is, since you've been here, how has your thinking changed on getting on the pathway to zero, on ending hunger in this country? Is it something that you've been finding you think is going to be a little easier than you expected? Maybe it's going to be a little bit more of an uphill slog than you expected? Or is it about more or less what you thought? So think about that a little bit. It might even be influenced by some of the remarks that we have to make, but we'd love to get some of your feedback towards the end of the session. You know, in listening to this, I am just really impressed and grateful for the work the Iowa Hunger Summit has done in terms of framing these conversations, really coming from a systems perspective when you think about it. And this is a lot of the way that FRAC thinks about it. You know, in Iowa, you all have the benefit of really kind of seeing most of the system, if not all of it, soup to nuts, everything from the ag sector and production to the processing of our food, to the packaging and the marketing and the distribution, and of course, the consumption and how people interact with it. And I think one of the things that we've been finding at FRAC is, as we've looked at hunger and how it's impacted this country, it's really kind of been complicated, but also COVID has complicated it, but it's also kind of clarified a few things. And one of the things that we've been very impressed by is how this notion of the food system in the whole interacts with and needs to be looked at when talking about issues of hunger. So I just wanted to thank the organizers for that approach, because it really kind of impacts the way that FRAC looks at it. So what I'll be spending the bulk of my time is talking a little bit about the role of the federal food programs, how they've impacted and abated some of the hunger crisis, what we've learned during this time, kind of what's at stake, and finally what we can do about it. So we know that it would be far worse if it weren't for the federal food programs. In Iowa alone, we know that 1 in 8 households did not have enough to eat. And as you've heard in some of the other sessions, the disproportionate levels of hunger that we saw pre-COVID were just also amplified during COVID. And when we saw that Black and Latinx households were experiencing hunger and food insufficiency, 2 to 3 times the rate of that of white households, and was talked a little bit about before in the redlining session. Those things just absolutely need to be addressed if we're going to have a sustainable solution to ending hunger. And when we think about sustainability, the other thing that we think about in FRAC and that the federal food programs have a particular role in is building a sustainable solution. We know that the federal food programs can be an enormous economic driver. They're an enormous economic driver from the sense of local businesses. We know from the great studies done after the Great Recession that for every $1 SNAP benefits, about $1.80 goes help to grow the local economy. Tremendous ROI there. We also know that on an individual basis, it helps kids with their learning, it helps people with productivity, it provides better health outcomes. So these are all the things that all the parts of the issue that the federal food programs play a role in. And stepping in a little bit further, when we looked at COVID, we saw how the federal food programs responded. They were able to abate huge spikes in hunger. They were able to improve people's health because we know that these are cost-effective and proven programs. The other thing that we learned is how consumers were speaking out, and they made things very clear about how effective some of the interventions that you heard about earlier have been in the federal food programs. Increasing benefit adequacy, making things more flexible in terms of recertification and approaching them, and also just innovations like the pandemic EBT program that would provide cash value for children when they couldn't access food. All these things kind of combined to abate a far worse hunger crisis. But we still have a problem. And the things that we are hearing as well is this concern of a hunger cliff when some of these things will end, and we haven't really had the time to increase the economic foundation from which to build a more sustained program that will keep people out of poverty and hunger. So, what's at stake here? Some of the things specifically that we know about are when we talk about this hunger cliff, we know that there could be a significant impact to the people who are many of your customers. A lot of people here I know from the charitable food sector and food banks, and that we know from Feeding America that for every one meal provided for food banks, SNAP provides 9. So it impacts a tremendous amount of folks, and it's a huge part to doing helping food banks and do the great work that they do, and be able to address this problem at scale. And for individual households and people, we know that this translates to a potential hunger cliff of a cut of about $82 a month when some of these pandemic waivers will expire. I talked earlier also about on the school nutrition side, the hunger cliff is true for kids as well. We've seen great things happen because we've been able to have healthy school meals available for all children during the pandemic, regardless of their ability to pay or their income. We really want to keep that flexibility. States have been leading the way, and we talked about in the earlier sessions a little bit about state advocacy as well. FRAC and other folks are continuing to push this at the federal level, but when this was implemented, we saw reduction in stigma. We saw improvement also in child welfare. So maintaining these flexibilities continues to prove itself to be important. And similarly, in other programs like WIC and CACFP that have had flexibilities afforded to them, and people were able to access the benefits in just more effective, easier way, particularly for working moms and other working parents who need to access these programs. So when we think about what's at stake, and we know that these things are so important, a lot of people are asking, well, what can we do? What are some of the moments coming? Well, we have Pathway to Zero, and it begins with making our voices heard and having that be codified in good policies that we've heard about before. But I'll mention a few of them now that are specific to the food programs. We need to have a strong child nutrition reauthorization that'll be coming up very soon. This governs the school programs and can help improve access to school meals like I was talking about before. We also have the Farm Bill coming up, and I've heard some references to that earlier today. The Farm Bill is a tremendously important piece of legislation. A lot of people in this room are very familiar with it because of clearly the agricultural community is very strong in Iowa, but is also important for a good outcome on the federal nutrition programs. We also have the White House Conference coming up, and I heard the session earlier about the White House Conference, and being able to raise your voice on that is possible. People can do so by either going to the White House Conference website, even though it's coming up soon, they're still taking some comments. At FRAC, we've been asking people to use the social media hashtag #MyHungerSolutions to be able to amplify the voices that we've heard. And also, people can take action by visiting frac.org. We have a ton of research there. We also have the FRAC Action Network that helps people engage with their local officials. And this is we're delighted to partner with any and all of you more on this as things develop, because we know we can't do this alone. And it's in that spirit of partnership that we're so delighted to have great friends like Sherry, who have been great advocates on speaking out against hunger. Sherry is a well-known media executive in Southern California and has a tremendous amount to say about this. But I'll let her do all the time because she can do it way more passionately and more eloquently than I do. So Sherry, over to you. And I think you're muted still, Sherry.
I think we're right. I can't believe I did that after all these years on Zoom. Thank you so much. And good afternoon to everyone who's attending today's conference. I am Sherry Brennan. I am, as Louis said, a media executive who's based in Los Angeles, but I grew up in Iowa. I was born in Iowa City, and I went to college in Ames, and I still have a lot of family back home, so I do go most summers, and I'm really sorry I'm not there now because it would be fun to be with some of you in person. And I often think about retiring there. So who knows, maybe I will come and work with you guys at some point. But right now, I want to talk to you a little bit about my childhood story related to food insecurity. I'm hoping that I will raise some new points for you to use as you make the case locally for continued funding of the programs we know work to raise families out of poverty. While facts are important and sometimes do sway people, I also really believe that it is stories that get to people's hearts and are best at changing minds. So that's why I am here to talk about my story, to give that to you to use as you see fit. And I would also like to thank you for the work that you're doing. It is so important. Literally, this kind of work saved my life, and I'm grateful for that on a personal level. But on a societal level, I am grateful for the energy associated with helping all families rise out of poverty and become productive. I think that is what we all need to do in whatever way makes sense to us, which is why I do this work now. Statistics are important. We know that food insecurity is much more common than any of us would like to be true. I just saw a number the other day that 9.4% of people in Iowa are experiencing some degree of food insecurity. I find that number shocking. We just heard earlier today, more than 10% of people around the country live in food deserts, which means they don't have easy access to affordable food and often, as a result, end up eating substandard or suboptimal food. Again, that is shocking in a country as wealthy as ours and embarrassing, frankly. It often seems when you're going through it, however, that you are alone. It is a very isolating and embarrassing experience, which I know firsthand. As I said earlier, I grew up in Iowa City. I was the oldest child of parents who were 18 when I was born and who worked in blue-collar jobs. My dad fixed washing machines for a living, and my mother worked in a factory. She also taught deaf children how to swim and cleaned houses for extra cash. They themselves had grown up in fairly precarious circumstances, so they were doing really well based on where they came from. My dad was the only child of a single mom in Clinton who suffered from pretty severe depression. And my mother worked summers on her parents' carnival, which traveled all over the Midwest. My father literally ran away and joined the carnival, and that is how they met. They were 15. So given those backgrounds, going to college, of course, did not even enter their minds. But as I was growing up in Iowa City, a university town in the 60s and 70s, I could see that my friends' parents, my friends whose parents had college degrees, lived much more affluent lives. And honestly, I wanted their houses and their clothes, and I wanted their parents' jobs, not my parents' jobs. So those desires really coupled with my parents' encouragement that I could achieve anything I wanted if I set my mind to it, and that good old-fashioned Iowa work ethic, those fueled my plans from probably about age 5. But life as I knew it ended when I was 9. My parents, who were still quite young, divorced, and they began to make some fairly chaotic life choices, essentially leaving my brother and I behind in many ways as they themselves tried to grow up. So for several years, we sort of seesawed between my mom and my dad, a story that is very common for kids of broken families. When we were with our mother, there was no money. She was on welfare. There was very little food and very substandard housing. Of course, we suffered. Being poor comes with those kinds of privations: cold houses in winter, unreliable cars, sketchy medical attention, even mundane things like the fear of a school field trip that would cost money we didn't have. There were years when we slept in sleeping bags on bare wooden floors in houses with open electrical outlets, with a baby in tow, a single wood stove to heat a 2-bedroom house. I, of course, wanted to look a certain way, so I did my own laundry in the bathtub with shampoo. And I used to freeze dry my jeans in the winter, which was way easier than ironing them dry in the summer. So none of that obviously killed me or would kill any kid, but it definitely, circumstances like that make it harder for kids to shine. But I'm grateful and thankful to say we were not hungry. So even though I was really embarrassed to stand in the supermarket checkout line with food stamps, I was grateful that we had food in the cupboard. I really appreciated the boxes of groceries that we got from a local church food pantry, even if some of the items were mysterious to me and not something that I'd ever eaten before or wanted to eat. We've talked a little bit about free school breakfasts and lunches today, and I definitely benefited from those as well. I will say that the worst thing about that was having to creep into the cafeteria office and admit that I needed the free card and prove that I needed it. And then I got that card, but the card did not identify me as getting it for free. And I was very grateful for that. When my mother had a baby eventually out of wedlock, we were the recipients of WIC coupons, which got us milk and cheese and cereal. And that was very helpful in the summer because we weren't, of course, getting free breakfasts and lunches during the summers. So one way or another, through those pretty rough lean years, we did have enough to eat, and that really made all the difference. Because the food also represented normalcy to me, and that normalcy was just as important as the nutrition. Being able to cook and eat meals nourished my body and my soul. It really, truly was life-giving in every sense of the word. That is truly what enabled me to keep dreaming and to keep studying and to survive and even thrive in school. I earned scholarships for college, and I worked as a waitress for a few years and eventually earned a National Science Foundation fellowship. I went on to work at the Federal Reserve Bank as an economist, and later I joined the television industry where I've built a long career. I've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes. I don't even want to know if it's over $1 million at this point, but it probably is. And I've repaid my family's public assistance debt many times over by now, not only for myself, but for every member of my family. But none of that would have happened if I'd gone hungry as a child. If my body had been starved or my spirit had been crushed, I could have easily given up on school. I might have turned to crime or simply taken a minimum wage job to keep my body and soul together. Of course, there's no shame in any kind of work, and I've done it all. I've cleaned houses, I've waitressed, but I've also negotiated really big deals, and I've made board presentations. And the fact is that that kind of work pays better, and it's a lot more fun. I've earned a master's degree in economics from Iowa State back in the 1980s. I've done hundreds of economic analyses on things ranging from how to optimize the paved road grid in the Midwest to helping Fox decide how much to bid for TV rights for the Olympics. So I know a good cost-benefit ratio when I see one. And I can tell you that I was a good investment, not just for me, but for all of you too, for all of our society, really. Keeping me well-fed, so simple, meant keeping me in school, and now able to use all of my capabilities to make a difference in the world. This is why your work matters so much. Distressed kids turn into distressed adults who can't actually make the world a better place. Healthy kids become healthy adults who can and do. Building community support feeds political will to fund this virtuous cycle. So when I'm faced with skepticism towards funding these programs, I use questions to help people understand. Some of the things I ask are, how do you write a term paper on an empty stomach? Would you stay in school if your stomach was rumbling with hunger? How can a child whose basic needs are not met be expected to care about the society that ignores them? I believe kids whose needs are not met get angry and lash out in ways that harm themselves and the rest of us too. What child without hope would want to grow up and join the society that ignored their plight? Isn't it self-protective on our parts to help these kids find hope and ways to join society in a productive manner? And last but not least, if I could prove to you that nutrition support has a positive ROI, would you support it? Today, we've talked about the programs that made a difference for me during many of today's sessions, but just to reiterate, I want to mention that I benefited tremendously from SNAP, from WIC, from free school lunches and breakfasts, and last but certainly not least, from local food pantries. We chose items there donated by our neighbors and sometimes received holiday meal supplies delivered to our door. And that was really moving, I can say. But all of that cost the state, local, and federal governments money. All of it was essentially funded by our neighbors. So what did that mean to me? That meant that they cared, that on some level, I knew that it mattered to society at large that I was not hungry. And it meant that I could continue to focus on the future, to dream big dreams, work on papers and projects in school instead of dropping out. It saved me from a life of eking out a meager existence and propelled me to achieve bigger things. So the bottom line, the proof in the pudding, as they say, is that positive return on the investment. My brothers and I became educated, productive citizens. We became taxpayers and now support our mom. Nobody in our family has gotten government assistance for decades. None of us went to jail. None of us wasted our lives working against society. And now it also means that I work for these same chances for other kids like me and my brothers. That's the virtuous cycle. So I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I hope my story helps give you an extra boost for the work that you're doing. My thanks from the bottom of my heart, and some talking points for skeptics you might encounter. If my story can help you in any way, please feel free to use it. If you'd like me to speak to any group you're addressing or write something for you, please get in touch with FRACT. I would be honored to help you. And I just want to thank everybody again for what you do and for the opportunity to speak with you today. And Kyle, I think I'm turning it over to you now for Q&A. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much, Sherry. Thank you so much, Luis. Powerful words by by both of you. I'm also heartened that Sherry and I are both Cyclones. So I really appreciate that connection. And I love that ROI part, return on investment, right? So that ROI in Sherry and in every child in the United States is so essential. Just turning to you, Luis, talk to us a little bit about your work on the White House Conference for Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and your hopes for that in the future.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question, Kyle. It's there's here in Washington, where we have a ton of skeptical people. We have a lot of people who are kind of questioning, is this going to be a big deal? How are we looking at this in relation to ongoing the broader view of politics? But I think as was mentioned earlier, let's not forget that this is the first time in over 50 years that we've had this opportunity to put hunger squarely at the center of national discourse, and looking at ending it and looking at addressing the root causes, which I think one of the ongoing themes I've been hearing is about sustainability, not just environmental sustainability, but also economic sustainability. How are we going to move this forward? So even though people are thinking about, well, what can be done legislatively? A lot can be done legislatively, and things need to be sorted out clearly after the elections. But bringing this, as I said, to the fore of national attention is an incredibly important thing we should not forget. And like I was saying, people can still make their voices heard. They can go to the White House. They can, I believe the portal is still open to take comments from the public. There's going to be, we have a date now for the White House conference, and we've been hearing it's going to be live streamed. I suspect they might be allowing some comments to come in during the live stream. And they've also, we've been working with the White House Conference on making sure the voices of people with lived expertise, and who have stories similar to that, what you've heard from Sherry, that they are involved and they have a voice in this as well. Something that wasn't present 50 years ago. And the other thing, we're gonna want to see happen is we want to see this conversation continue. We have. Call me crazy, but I think we need to have this conversation more than twice a century. Right? It should be something that is brought on, and if the government can't do it, I think those of us in the advocacy and philanthropy and corporate sector, some of it's going to fall to us. While we want government also to have a role to lead. We know, as we've heard, that there's a tremendous economic incentive for all of us to be involved in this. There's certainly the humanitarian argument. We don't want to see people suffer. We want to see equity. We want to have a greater, more just society. But I think, as kind of Sherry was alluding to, at the end of the day, these problems, if they're not, if we don't solve them smartly at the beginning with smart investments in these programs, we're gonna be paying for them on the back. And it's kind of a question of, do we want to pay less at the beginning where it's going to be more helpful to people, or we want to pay afterwards more expensive and after we've encountered the pain.
Yeah. What can be achieved, right? What can be achieved out of this process?
So we have as I said, let's not underestimate the public engagement for it. The White House will be probably making some pronouncements in line with what they with the pillars that they set up. There's certainly room for some administrative actions that can be taken. Much as we saw before, like for example, when the USDA adjusted the baseline level of SNAP benefit in the Thrifty Food Plan, they increased it, and that was helpful. At FRAC, from people we've talked to and what we've seen, we believe it needs to be more. There are marker bills out there by folks like Representative Alma Adams, who called for the increase to the low-cost food plan. But there are administrative things that can be done. Continuing some of these waivers, continuing some of these flexibilities. A lot of stuff can be done. But yes, I think maybe one of the things that you're alluding to is probably the importance of key legislation that needs to happen, and that will be something that will need to be continued. So having this come at this time before we kind of get into key conversations on child nutrition reauthorization that I mentioned, as well as the Farm Bill, are going to be critically important to make sure that that the champions in Congress that are trying to do the right thing and move these programs forward, make them better for folks, have that public support that they need, and also in ensuring that it's matched with the administrative willpower to do things on their end for administrative actions.
Great. We had a session on the child tax credit, Sherry, that really talked to just the benefit of a flexible amount of money going to families, and when that policy was in place very shortly, between 3 and 4 million children were pulled out of poverty. I would imagine that was something that could have really benefited you in the 70s. But are you hopeful for that to return?
Yeah, I actually saw that session. It was great. And I was really pleased that that the analysis did show that people spend extra money wisely. The talk you hear is always, oh, you're just going to give people money and they're going to go buy a racehorse or something. That's not true. They're going to buy food. They're going to pay their electric bill. Maybe they're going to buy their kid a Christmas present.
Right.
So yeah, I think I am hopeful, somewhat hopeful, I should say cautiously hopeful, because I think that's where, the political will really needs to materialize. And you've seen all this backlash against forgiving student debt, which is another way of benefiting very low income people. And, there's so much just, I don't know even what to call it, like weird jealousy or something towards people getting assistance to help them actually become productive. It just boggles the mind.
Yeah, it is quite difficult to contend with that, especially when actually the analysis on the child tax credit and even on the student loan benefits is that it does really benefit people at the very bottom of the income spectrum, and really it's an investment in the future, right? It's not really it's not really forgiving things. It's investing in our citizens, in our brothers and in our sisters. I was wondering, Sherry, in kind of a difficult childhood, were there any folks who really helped you along, you looked up to in those periods that may have helped you in that journey to kind of find that hunger that you've found in life?
Well, I had a pretty great family in many ways, strange family, but a supportive family, and that was important. And I also had amazing teachers. I went to public schools in Iowa mostly, and I really can't say enough good about the teachers that I had and what an impact they made on my life, because there I was equal. If I felt less than, if I felt like I had threadbare sneakers or something, at least I could spell all the words on the spelling test.
Well, that's wonderful. We have gotten a lot of questions on the Farm Bill coming through the chat. And the number one is what are your top line priorities for SNAP a program that really benefited Sherry in the next Farm Bill?
Basically, we can make it simple: adequacy and access. I think as we've seen, not just through the experiences people have had during COVID, accessing food, and but with some of the other evidence that we see when the great presentation on the child tax credit and how people were spending 50% or sometimes more than that on food, it goes to show that the benefit needs to be improved. And like I was saying before, while we're grateful for the work that the USDA has done in increasing the baseline for 53 plan, we know more needs to be done. Just more needs to be done because and as we heard before, the sort of the link between poverty and hunger is inextricable, and addressing some of those basic needs. I can't remember who said it, but it reminded me of the when they mentioned the phrase "the rent eats first." Housing is a huge huge issue. It's becoming even more difficult. We see rents going up around the country. We see food prices going up around the country. So, and kind of as we go into winter, we know that often this was happening before the pandemic. We have evidence of how tough it was for people to make decisions between paying the heat, being able to eat. And so, and that is just not, we don't want people to have to make those decisions, or foregoing healthcare, or basic educational expenses, or other things, and also the need to access food, as someone was mentioning. Transportation issues are huge. So, being able to make the benefit adequate enough for folks, and having the access. So that means bringing down some of the barriers, looking at the work requirements that are necessary for SNAP, looking at the at how people make it easier for people to enter the program. We know we're still living with a tremendous amount of barriers that existed before, when prior administrations were saying, well, if you come and access SNAP, that's going to, if you come from a mixed immigration household, you better think twice. Not verbatim, but that's clearly the message that was coming across, right? So the Biden administration and Secretary Vilsack and his team have been making great strides to making that, taking messages out to have people say, no, that's not the case. If you qualify and you get SNAP, it doesn't affect your immigration status. But we just know that that in a lot of communities, that those types of fears still exist. We also need to address the issue, and Sherry kind of really illustrated it very meaningfully, and that was the issue of stigma, and making sure that as we look at things like the child nutrition programs, making healthy school meals for all available for all children, regardless of their ability to pay, getting rid of that stigma. No one wants to have to explain why they have the card or why they don't have the card, and we've heard even worse stories of children having their food taken away from them and thrown away in front of them if they have a school meal day. Just horrible things, and having that, and we know that school meals are the healthiest thing available for kids. So having people share that meal together is a great thing, and having people access SNAP benefits in a dignified way, and being able to access the food that's meaningful for themselves and their family and their culture, we think is tremendously important.
Yeah, so building off that talk on the Farm Bill, how do anti-hunger advocates and other audience members, how can they become part of the work on the Farm Bill and associated with these things associated with the Farm Bill?
Well, I think a lot of the folks who are listening today are associated with the Charitable Food Distribution Committee, probably associated with Feeding America. Feeding America does great work. We also invite people to come to frac.org. I mentioned we have a great tool called the FRAC Action Network that'll help connect people to their elected officials to help raise their voice. We have, and in addition to making their positions and their voices heard through the White House conference process, which is still ongoing. The other thing I would extend a warm and invitation to everybody listening to come to the FRAC and Feeding America Anti-Hunger Policy Conference. It happens in the spring. If you come to either FRAC's website or Feeding America's website, you'll get more information from that. It is the place to be in more ways than one. But certainly, if you're interested in fighting hunger, if you want to have some training on advocacy or training on the specific programs, we have a lot of opportunity there. We have some scholarship opportunities usually each year for folks to come, if particularly if they're coming from smaller organizations where maybe the budget is not there. But it is a great way to actually be part of that grassroots process where we take people to the Hill, we talk to members of Congress, and make your case on why these benefits need to be increased and why we need to reduce those barriers. So I hope to see a lot of people there, and we're also hoping to make it both virtual and an in-person component as well.
Great. Just wanted to know, we're getting back to that piece on stigma, right? And Sherry said, some of the hardest parts we're actually asking. It's really difficult to even say. But how can we reduce that stigma?
Yeah, there are a few things that we're looking at. One is we are looking at ways to expand this discussion. And again, the White House conference is a great stepping stone for this, to kind of call attention to the importance of hunger, but call attention to the importance of addressing hunger and making sure that people have access and feel good about coming forth and getting the help that they need, and the help that's there for them. So we're looking at ways to talk about our work that in my mind, SNAP needs to be up there in line with education and national security and all these other things that sort of we consider as sort of sacred and important public investments. SNAP is the same way, and as Sherry was articulating so well, the return on investment is tremendous. It's there, it's proven. We know for it to be true. And on areas like on the school meal side, addressing stigma by reducing barriers completely, making healthy school meals available for all kids, regardless of their ability to pay, regardless of their family's income, where all kids can have access to this important resource that benefits their health, benefits their learning, and we don't have to have these barriers that either will impose stigma on the child, sometimes impose stigma or additional concerns. I think Sherry articulated well on parents or on caregivers. Right now, as we're in this period of transition, there's a lot of confusion out there. People are saying, "Oh my gosh, are we going to end school meals? They've been such a lifesaver. Am I going to have to go through the application processing and different?" It really just makes sense for it to be available for everybody. I mean, we've always said, for heaven's sake, we give kids textbooks, we give them school bus rides, we might even get them like a gym uniform or a sports thing, but somehow food we'll make them pay for that. That just doesn't make sense. Something that's so integral to the learning process, and as Sherry articulated so well, a part of the experience of eating together, of making kids feel connected in ways that they're not made to feel like an other or separate from their peers is tremendously important.
Great. Well, I think that's wonderful. I just, you know, I've got one final question for Sherry and for Luis here, and it's really this idea of how can someone be a part of the solution to end hunger, right? So this kind of
yeah. I think Sherry, were you going to come in?
Sure, I have some thoughts. I mean, I don't do this work for a living. I do it as a volunteer activity because it's important to me. And I think there's just looking around and getting involved in your local community in the efforts there is something that I think more people should be encouraged to do. I also think, speaking a little bit to the stigma question as well, a public sort of sea change in terms of kindness towards people is really important, in that when you see kids having their food literally taken away from them and thrown away, we all know that's just friggin' ridiculous, right? Now the food's in the trash instead of in the kid's stomach. That's just meanness, and that needs to be addressed, and that needs to be addressed right from the bottom up. So everybody in our community needs to be pulling towards the same direction. And I think that's often lacking. So I have a big bee in my bonnet about kindness towards people, because poor people know they're poor already. They don't need you to tell them.
Yep. And I would add for folks to get involved, they're great groups at the state level that many people have heard about today. At the national level as well, we have a lot of resources on our website on how people can get involved at frac.org. You can get directly involved with FRAC. You can get directly involved with your local advocacy organization. And for those who are like Sherry, this is not their full-time job. There are, people know a lot about food banks and food pantries, and that's just some. They've received a lot of really important and well-deserved press over the pandemic because of the heroic work that they've done. But also there are other organizations as well that I think are important to highlight. There are advocacy organizations. Sometimes they're smaller, sometimes they're affiliated with the food bank, sometimes they're separate. And these are organizations that are kind of doing really, really important, hard work, advocating for better access, better adequacy at the state level. Even though these programs that we're talking about are federal, like SNAP and school meals and WIC, et cetera, they all kind of get implemented at the state and local level. And there's a lot of important work that needs to be done. So by looking at the organizations that are involved in that advocacy to state and local governments in terms of how these benefits get provided to your neighbors, those are organizations also that I would be that I would encourage everybody to take a look at, donate, or volunteer for it as well as the food banks and pantries that I think a lot of folks have come to know and respect and have a great admiration.
Well, thank you so much, Sherry Brennan, Iowan Cyclone, board member of the Food Research and Action Center, and Luis Garcia, president of the Food Research and Action Center. Thank you so much for your presentations and your story. And we are, we've got your conference on our calendar, and Sherry's looking for some more speaking engagements to really focus us in on this essential topic of feeding everyone and getting to zero. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Luis.
We want to say thank you so much for joining us today. Jackie and I had a great time serving as virtual MCs for today's Iowa Hunger Summit.
Yes, we really enjoyed being here and hearing and learning from our incredible speakers and presenters, and we really are grateful for them to share their experience and knowledge on these topics today.
I really look forward to the Iowa Hunger Summit every year as a way to learn new things and gain new insights into topics that I really don't have a background in. And today in particular, I enjoyed learning how redlining really had a ripple effect beyond housing into hunger and food insecurity. So that is something I'll take away today. What about you, Jackie?
Yeah, I think definitely seeing those interconnections between all of these big policy issues and how they expand outside of their individual regions and into people's lives has been really interesting to see throughout today. I've also really enjoyed the panel with our representatives from our food banks and pantries around Iowa. It's so important to see how many people are working every single day to make sure that Iowans can have healthy, nutritious food and have the support that they need when they're struggling.
Now, if anyone wants to share what their favorite takeaway was from today, how can they do that, Jackie?
Well, you can stay engaged with us on social media. On Twitter, our @ is @IA Hunger Summit, and if you're on other platforms, then you can find us at World Food Prize. And we would love to hear your thoughts and reflections from today there.
All right, and for the last time, we'll send it over to Kyle and Barbara in the Iowa Gallery.
Thank you so much, Kate and Jackie. You've been excellent virtual MCs. And what a day. I mean, 5 hours of programming almost to the beat on time. So I'm just so amazed. And we, first of all, wanted to thank all of you that have tuned us in for the last 5 hours. We wanted to thank all of our panelists and presenters, all of our staff members, and the great team of Studio Iowa who is producing this event behind the scenes. I was just struck in that last session by Sherry and her story in the Hawkeye State, having to kind of struggle, but really then thrive. And I thought that was such a metaphor for life, Barbara. And I mean, and also just an inspiration. And throughout, I think we've drawn some great lessons. And in closing, then those great lessons, I'm going to turn it over to Barbara Stinson, President of the World Food Prize Foundation, to really close us out today. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Yes. Well, and we don't go another second without thanking Kyle for tremendous emceeing of your own formulation of all of our programming today and working to coordinate so many. Thank you so much, Kyle, for your great leadership. Thank you all for joining us. The 16th Annual Iowa Hunger Summit is coming to a close. Today, we were able to explore all kinds of new solutions, trying to chart a path to zero hunger in Iowa by 2030. It's an incredible task. We heard from representatives all across the country sharing about different kinds of intersecting issues related to hunger and malnutrition, solutions that are being elevated. Achieving our food security goals requires acting across all sectors and to address contemporary stressors and long-standing socioeconomic inequities. And you see, people are committed from all sectors to doing exactly this. As our presenters reinforced today, to end hunger, we must look at the well-being of Iowans in our communities as a whole. We have to include the prioritization of poverty reduction so directly linked to increased hunger. We're at a pivotal point in our fight against hunger. All across Iowa, we're seeing more demand than ever for emergency food aid. And we heard that today. We heard that these resources and tools are present, but they're all needed to address the problem. We need to work together to engage Iowans in this fight and make food security a top priority for our policymakers, community leaders, people all across the state. It's encouraging to see leaders from all sectors share their commitment to improving food access and nutrition for Iowans and in other regions as well. From our Secretary of Agriculture, Michael Naig, he expressed the importance of enhancing and improving our local food chains alongside maintaining our leadership in agricultural production. We heard from leaders in the Emergency Food Aid Network who are on the front lines every single day, helping to ensure the community needs are met despite challenges like the increased prices that we're seeing and increased demand overall for food support. We've seen from our next generation of hunger fighters that the skills they're using, the networks that they have to find innovative solutions to increase food access at home and around the world. We're so proud to elevate their voices. And we've seen how collaboration across industry and all demographics is not only inherent, but it's essential to meaningfully change everything going on in our communities. I'd like to take some time once again to thank the Iowa Farm Bureau Federation and the new president, Brent Johnson. Thank you so much for your continued support to the Iowa Hunger Summit and to the World Food Prize Foundation, and your ongoing commitment to engaging the agricultural community in this important fight. We have to do it from all of our networks to really succeed. And thanks to all of our presenters once again. Your expertise is so valuable. You shared it today with us, and your tireless efforts that we see on the ground to address food insecurity and nutrition access, it is greatly appreciated. And finally, thanks to all of you in the audience. Thanks for joining us on this important conversation, for your commitment, and for your help to all Iowans so they may have access to nutritious food, and the healthy, happy, successful lives that we all seek. I hope you leave today with renewed energy and new tools to help combat hunger in your community. And I hope you'll consider joining us next month for the Norman Borlaug International Dialogue. We will be expanding on all of these topics next month and focusing even at a broader global level, addressing these same kinds of issues that occur around the world. Join us October 18th to 20th. And you can learn more, register for the dialogue virtually or in person at worldfoodprize.org. The recording of this summit is going to be available right away. So rewatch it, share it on the YouTube page, and I hope you'll share it in your networks and reach out to potential partners that you've been introduced today and during the programming, and connect and take action together. The path to zero hunger requires a commitment from every single one of us. We have to use all the tools. And I'm an optimistic person. I know we can get there. Zero hunger by 2030. Thank you all, and have a great rest of your afternoon or evening.